Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorazu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Plaquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. We are on to our time-specific item on the agenda, which is item 7.5, Edmonton Police Commission Police Funding Formula Analysis. And this was exempted by Councillor Knack. And I'll go to Commission delegation to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just apologize to council. I had anticipated you having at least 5 minutes of protocol this morning, so I had set the chair to be here at 9:35. But in his absence, I can start with his.
You want to tell us some jokes for the next 5 minutes that
Well, hopefully it's only two. So,
Yeah.
but I just had anticipated incorrectly that you had a few items to deal with this morning.
and I think it's appropriate that the chair of commission be here, so we can just wait a couple of minutes, yeah. So anybody wants to grab a cup of coffee, go ahead, please, yeah. Or you want to log into your systems, do that now, yeah. Yeah,
We'll just take a quick pause for a few minutes.
yeah,
Thanks.
please, yeah, yeah.
Councillor Knack, do you know where Bad Rainbows go?
We
They
missed
go to Prism.
whatever your joke was. We didn't get to hear the initial part of it, so I'm gonna assume.
Oh,
I'm gonna assume it was funny though.
Wait, I said, do you know where Bad Rainbows go?
Where?
They go to Prism. It's a light sentence, but they have time to reflect. I have an 8-year-old.
We're good to go, Mayor Sohi. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right, we are back and would like to call this meeting back to order. Everyone is here from council in the chamber hall, and now we'll go over to Police Commission delegation for a presentation.
My name is Eric Hammond. I'm the chair of the Edmonton Police Commission.
Matt Barker, Executive Director of the Police Commission.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Justin Crickler, Chief Administrative Officer with the Edmonton Police Service. Before we go to Anina, we have Rob Davidson. He's the Executive Director of our Finance Division. We also have Irina Piasta, who is the Director of our Financial Management Branch. Although not officially part of the delegation, we also have Deputy Chiefs Darren Durko and Warren Dreichel, who are here today and are going to maybe be in and out today, but here to answer questions as necessary.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Noah Carey, Chief Operations Officer, Edmonton Police Service.
Thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
Thank you for having us here today. The Edmonton Police Commission supports the current funding formula, which ties budget growth to inflation and population factors. These are critical considerations for adequately funding the Edmonton Police Service. Without factoring in inflation and population growth, the Edmonton Police Service will, over time, grow smaller in proportion to population and the expected increase in demand for services that it will accompany. The Commission supports certainty and predictability in police funding. Certainty and predictability in police funding allows for long-term planning of resources within NPS. It provides Council with peace of mind during the four-year budget cycle, in that the Commission would not expect to come back to Council with unpredictable service package requests. It also provides assurance for Edmonton's taxpayers, as the ratio of police funding to city spending is capped at 30%. A funding formula provides clarity of accountability while respecting the boundaries of the Police Act, the Municipal Government Act, and the statutory function of police. We recognize that the police are part of the community safety and well-being of Edmontonians. We also recognize that policing is an essential service in providing public safety. The Commission supports the funding formula put in place for 2023 and asks that the formula be extended to future years, as is the recommendation set out by City Administration. The Commission does not support some of the potential direction discussed last year at Council, such as moving collective bargaining settlements to be included in the funding formula, or a reduction in the 30% cap on the police budget ratio. In the case of salary settlements, they are approved by Council, not the Commission. Therefore, it is Council who should take on the risk or benefit related to collective bargaining processes. That means if Council settles for less than they projected, they keep the difference. If Council settles over, they will need to make up the difference, not the Commission. There will be program and resource consequences if EPS collective bargaining is moved into the scope of the current funding formula. Increases to salary result in higher budget needs of the police service. However, they do not create new services or positions. If the funding formula calculation is left as it currently is, while adding salary settlements, then neither population growth nor non-personnel inflation will be fully funded as the formula is intended to be. Over time, this will result in decreases in staffing and programming, which will create serious pressures for Edmonton's community safety needs. A decrease in the 30% ratio simply means decreasing funding for police and will result in program and position adjustments. There may, in the future, be alternate services delivery by agencies to assist with crime and disorder, but they currently do not exist nor are being planned for. It is important to note that in the short term, investments in alternative service delivery would need to be in addition to, not in replacement of, police funding programs. Simply adding new programming to deliver services without understanding how they drive up or down 911 policing services is unwise, ineffective governance, and would have serious unintended consequences. Resource demands are increasing across Edmonton in terms of crime rates, calls for service, crime severity index, and violent crimes. It is not the time to create resourcing pressures within the service in the face of increased demand for those services. When we talk about police funding, cost per capita has been mentioned a number of times. So let's get into that a little bit. The city of Edmonton spends significantly more per capita for many services than Calgary does. In fact, Edmontonians pay more per capita for public transit, bylaw enforcement, equipment, roads, streets, walks, lighting, waste management, and parks and recreation. Per capita spending doesn't accurately reflect the cost of policing in Edmonton. Edmonton has a higher crime rate across the board, and this requires more resources. More calls to service results in the need for more resources. Calls for service are not driven by police service, they are driven by Edmontonians. We're much different than communities such as Calgary. As an example, in 2022, Edmonton had 5,876 police reported incidents per 100,000 people, while Edmonton had 8,224 per 100,000 people. So roughly 6,000 in Calgary per 100,000 and 8,000 in Edmonton, a much bigger number here. That's the difference that drives the need for police resources. Edmonton's per capita cost for roads, streets, walks, lighting is almost $400 per person, while in Calgary it's $300. Calgary has more roads but less snow, and they have a milder climate. It's just a different environment. Any number of factors could account for the 25% difference in per capita spending. Edmonton's public transit costs $459 per capita, while in Calgary it's $406. Calgary is larger by area, has a larger population, more LRT tracks, and yet lower per capita costs, reflecting the environment. One of the really interesting ones for me was that Edmonton's family and community support per capita spending is $54 compared to Calgary's $167. It doesn't necessarily reflect priorities or of council, but the environment that we operate in and what it costs to do business in that environment. When comparing EPS operating budget to other municipalities by population size, the funding approved by council is not out of line. The city of Calgary has budgeted more than $563 million in operating for police services. In Peel, it's $524 million. In Toronto, it's $1.1 billion. If it is council's wish to reduce EPS funding, then you are within your right to make that choice. However, the funding formula is not an appropriate or transparent tool to do so. If you wish to reduce funding, the most transparent and open path is to reduce base funding for the service, not change the math on the funding formula to achieve that outcome. The Commission will continue to advocate for adequately funded police services to ensure safety and well-being in Edmonton while meeting our legislative responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. No, we would appreciate if you could share that data you just shared with us verbally. If you could share that with us in some sort of spreadsheet format that we can have that handy with us too, right? So, because some of the numbers you're sharing, particularly in family social services, are pretty starkly different than I never thought about those. So please share those with us in a written form, if you don't mind. Or share your presentation with us, if you don't mind, in a written form. Now, this was exempted by Councillor Knack, and we need a motion on the floor. Councillor Knack, can you please make that?
Yeah, happy to. I'll just read it out. Clicking on it. Oh, there it is. Yes, that we're receiving. So this one, we're just receiving this report for information.
For
so
information only. Yeah.
So I'll make that motion.
Okay. Go ahead with questions, please.
You need a
Second.
Oh, sorry. Second by Councillor Principe. We have a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Knack, with questions.
Sure, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the presentation and recognizing that we'll have separate questions for admin at the separate time. I'll just focus on the commission for now. I think a few questions I have. I just want to get a sense of how we continue to work on this. I mean, to our chair, I know you've been around for now 6 years. I've sat through a lot of these discussions as well, and I think one of the things that I do worry about over time is and this is probably not a surprise question, is what we're doing to try to make sure that we're also investing in the proactive solutions. You know, a good example, I was really fascinated by the the FCSS piece, and yet almost not entirely shocked because we put a lot into our police service, and we constantly and have, I think, for decades now, increased the police budget each and every year. And that takes up such a large portion of our budget that it is then hard for us to invest in other things. And I know EPS has done a fairly good job of trying to bring in some of those proactive elements. But I guess I wanted to get a sense from you is that it's the challenge we run into is that we can't direct how that money is resourced, as you know. And right now, it is the current priority of the police service to be more holistic in what they're investing their money in. They are doing a very good job of the help teams, all of this. How do you as a commission ensure that that will continue going forward? Because if frankly, this is going to make up the biggest budget item, and we need to start investing more proactively, how do you do that from a governance side, from an oversight body, and your work with EPS?
Feel free if anybody else wants to jump in, but 5 years ago when I started on the commission, everything was about standards. And so we did everything, the service did everything to standards. So you need to have this, you need to have that, you need to show up at a call, the goal to be there within a priority one call within 7 minutes. And the shift that the commission has pushed the service to do is to look more at outcomes. What are the results of what we're doing? Showing up at a call within 7 minutes shouldn't be the goal. It should be about safety. And so that's the kind of conversation that we're having. It's not just about the standards. It's not just about the legislation. It's about what our service is accomplishing to make our community safer. And we're looking to have those metrics. It's one of the things that I think we lead the country in because council has pushed us to say what is the return on the investment. And traditionally, police services are able to say, well, we're meeting the provincial standards. We have a tactical unit. Well, what are the outcomes of your tactical unit? How is your tactical unit making the city safer? And those are the conversations that this commission is having. I think it's an unusually sophisticated conversation when it comes to metrics in policing.
Councillor, I think I can pitch in from a process perspective as well. So historically, the commission has received a package from the police service related to budget, debated it, and then presented it or not, elements of it to council. Last year, we decided, with the permission of the commission, to put to them a more robust budget building process. So they did a deep dive into the EPS budget over 3 days last year, where they got down into the details of how the money is spent in each area, how it's applied, why it's needed, how it stands up to provincial standards or service requirements. And then over 3 months, August, September, October, they debated at length at a number of meetings with the service what to submit to you for consideration for last year. Now, all of this information that they considered was informed at the front end by a survey that the commission conducted online to hear from citizens where they felt that the money should be spent in policing, and furthermore with in-person consultations with respect to people who may not participate in the survey. So it was a much more robust process, which we're going to be building into future commissions so that they follow it on an annual basis.
Great. Go ahead.
And just briefly, Councillor, if I may, if your question is about the direction and investing, my voice is, it is what it is.
I know you're soft-spoken, which we appreciate, right? So, but please speak.
If I may, if the question is about the direction, especially investing in upstream, the commission has laid a pretty clear mandate with the chief and the service, and what we've been doing over these last 4 to 5 years has also been joint strategic planning and business planning. So we're working in tandem with the commission in terms of these are the directives, these are deliverables that we're expecting to see, and ensuring that there's an investment in community safety and well-being. So working with the commission is how we ensure that that mandate and that focus on that balance continues to move year over year.
Okay. Well, lots more, but not enough time. 20 seconds.
No worries, and I appreciate that we are going to be exercising this discipline, that we give about 20 seconds of your last 5 minutes to have administration and the delegation answer your question, or respond to your question. Next, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's great advice. So to follow up on where Councillor Knack was going is, we're here today, but we're representing the public. And the public has questions about some of this. And the first one is especially if you go downtown or on transit, and we had this discussion yesterday, they say, well, if we know there's a problem, what is the commission doing to communicate to EPS that maybe we should be patrolling and paying attention to these hotspots a little more in order to mitigate the problem. And they're, from the public perspective, they're just not seeing that. So how do we communicate to them through this budget discussion that that's going to change for them?
So we've had many conversations with the chief and service about what's happening in our city. The perception survey that the service now conducts is much more in depth than it had been. So we understand how changes in the service are impacting the community. There's been a significant overhaul in how Edmonton Police Service does its service and responds to community needs. I won't get into the specifics. I'll turn it over to the service to talk about the details of how they've restructured to meet emerging community needs, but it has not been insignificant. I think the commission has been the voice of the community to say what is happening in our community. We're experiencing these things, and the service has come back with various strategies on how to better respond to community needs to create a greater perception of safety while also increasing safety in the community.
Okay, so I'm eager to hear that answer. I will just also add this. It's something to consider. When EPS is responsible and commission overseeing EPS is responsible for safety downtown and on transit, and we get members of EPS saying avoid those areas, it does not instill a particular sense of confidence. So I'll just let that be as the answer goes.
So, Councillor, so just to further provide a more fulsome commission perspective on where the service is going, when the last chief left, the commission at the time decided that they wanted to take policing services in a different direction. So they consulted with a bunch of experts in the field on what that should be and developed a job profile that required, at the highlights, more partnerships, more investments in community supports, and providing for ways for officers to move people out of the justice system into other areas to provide for better outcomes for individuals. They went out and they hired Chief McPhee, who was willing to deliver on their vision. And from that, there was been a whole host of changes over the last 4 years. I'll just touch on the top three that the commission has heard about repeatedly. That was Vision 2020, that saw a restructuring of the service to develop a community safety and wellbeing bureau with an investment of just under $40 million of staff, resources, buildings, and people and partnerships, delivering services in a different way to Edmontonians. There was the commitment to action, where the service engaged with members of the public to determine how they wanted their police service to deliver services to them, and that saw changes, and I believe that was discussed at a number of public commission meetings. And then most recently, last November, the commission was pleased to see a re-imaging of frontline service delivery with the 10 squad model. So that saw the change of 60 additional positions into frontline services for policing, where those 60 positions were taken from other areas that may not have been aligned with strategic priorities. So you saw 60 more people go into frontline policing. You saw the model and the shift structure change to provide a better service to Edmontonians when they call the police service. There's been lots of other programs that the service has delivered on. You're aware of some of them helped the Wichita building. There's lots of different programs I won't go into, but that is reflective of where this commission decided to take the service during their tenure here on your commission.
Sure, that's great. But what do we tell the public about their perception and their experience of Chinatown, of downtown, and transit? That's the real question. Maybe reflect on that. I'll come back around for another round of questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The perception piece is very difficult. In talking with my colleagues who work in inner-city social service agencies, the conversation is about that perception. Are you unsafe, or do you feel unsafe? And I think in a lot of cases you feel unsafe. It's very uncomfortable. My partner takes the bus to work every day. There was an incident on Monday. She was unnerved, but was never in danger. But it's still a very uncomfortable thing to witness some of the things that we see in our city. It's a communication activity for all of us to figure out how to convey a sense of safety when you don't feel safe but aren't in harm. It's just a very difficult thing to explain to the public because the way you feel is very difficult to overcome, to do the intellectual exercise that you're not in danger when you feel uncomfortable.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for joining us this morning. I really appreciate the commission having done this work. Getting independent verification, I think, is a really robust process. So thank you very much for that. The summary of the report really highlights how the consultants dug into the different factors that we were considering in place of to consider for the growth factor. Just wondering if they looked specifically at some of the other elements of the formula, and I'm thinking specifically around the use of expenditures versus tax-supported funding.
Sorry, Councillor. So there was a host of factors that are set out in the executive summary that the consultant looked at. They didn't look specifically at revenue versus tax supported. That wasn't an element of their consideration because we focused the consultant on the motion that you passed late last year.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I understand you're part of the delegation on the next item as well, so we can maybe dig into that a bit further. But I guess, recognizing that there's a goal for certainty and predictability, something I noticed with using expenditures is that there is potential for fluctuation in terms of fine revenue, for example. So just wondering what maybe some responses to that in terms of maybe just confirming that, again, the commission's position is, wanting the greatest certainty and predictability possible. Is that fair?
Yes, Councillor, that's my understanding of the commission's position on the matter. Okay,
great. Well, and I think certainty and predictability is also really important from council's perspective as well, just as we're planning out our budgets and the tax impacts that there could potentially be. So wondering if there have been any conversations just about the potential for, the potential for service packages, for example, HSOC, maybe also just around the LRT, the new portion of the LRT opening. Has there been any conversation around that? I don't know if the service wants to jump in. But in terms of anticipating any service packages coming sort of in short order for those items.
So the service has made a commitment to including HSOC into our future budget.
Great. So as part of the formula.
Yeah, it'll be inserted into it. We have not had a meeting with the city when it comes to the anticipated impacts of the light rail transit build out and what that means for the police service needs, other than we know the needs will grow.
Okay, and I appreciate sort of on that longer, full build out of the many lines. I think I'm thinking specifically of the Valley Line Southeast. Have there been those conversations for that line?
No, there have not. We've been pretty focused on the task at hand, which has been sort of this ongoing dialogue for several years about funding formula.
Okay, so at this point, you're not really able to comment on the likelihood of a service package coming forward for that, or do you think there is a high likelihood that there would be a service package coming forward for that?
I don't have likely. I can't comment if it's likely or unlikely. It would need to be studied before we would be able to give a real robust answer on that.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think those are all my questions for now. Really appreciate you all being here this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen. Councillor Wright.
Mayor, so can I do a quick point of order? I just wanted to double check based on the question. Did I hear correctly that the commission is also going to be part of the delegation for 7.6? I'd just like to make sure I'm governing myself accordingly for questions. So,
Andre?
That's our intent. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then maybe just to use the chair, what specific, if they're going to be part of the delegation for the actual funding formula, should our questions only be about their additional information? I didn't ask that. I didn't realize.
My understanding was different, that we're going to talk about this item first with commission, then we'll go to administration for the second part. But if commission is going to be part of the delegation, we would have preferred to cross-reference these, but here we are now. Maybe what we can do is, if we can just impose self-discipline among ourselves to just focus questions on this particular report, then we can go into broader questions around the formula, what is included in, what is not included in the next item. Is that, would that
Appreciate
work?
that
Yeah, and if I could just clarify, the reason the commission is part of our delegation is because we've been working on this for 10 months. The
Yeah.
reason this was not cross-referenced is this report, we had nothing to do with it at administration. It's solely done by the commission.
Yeah.
We didn't get a heads up on, other than when it was produced, which is fine, but we weren't part of it, so we didn't feel it was appropriate to keep it as part of our joint
Yeah.
presentation.
Okay, got it. So if we need to know what is included, what is not included, how the service package will come out and all that, that's part of the second part of discussion, because that's joint. Okay. All right, okay. I think that's clear.
I
Just
think that's
focus on
clear.
this.
So I'm
report.
understanding that I'm only to, if I want to ask any more questions, which I don't think I do now, it's only about attachment 1 essentially.
That is right.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Council Salvador. Oh,
No,
Councilor.
Councilor Wright.
Councilor Wright. Okay, Councilor Wright.
Okay, so hopefully I will stay on track here. You just mentioned that LRT build-out hasn't been considered. Yesterday, I asked the question in regards to the transit safety plan, considering that
I think
Valley
that'll be probably next report. What is included, what is not included in the formula. We'll go to that question and when we go to administration
Okay, well, I
together.
guess I wanted to just understand commissions. Okay,
They'll be there.
I'll ask.
They'll be there
Okay.
to answer that question.
Okay, okay, check me on this one.
Yeah.
Matt, you had mentioned Vision 2020. And so I see online, one of the sort of the core policing functions, or talks about some of the main concepts being the core policing functions, which I do agree are, the disorder and crime in downtown and that, but what about things like traffic safety, assault, thefts in our neighborhoods, not just in the downtown area?
Perhaps, Councillor, we can answer that question. It is in part informed by what Mr. Barker said earlier. We shifted more police officers to be forward-facing in our Community Policing Bureau for that exact reason. So part of Vision 2020 was putting police officers into roles that are a core policing function and where they can interact with members of the public. In addition to that, what we did was created the 10 squad model. So I think that we use that term like it's well understood. I'm not sure it is, so I'll take a moment to explain it.
Okay, thank you.
We have 6 patrol branches in Edmonton. They're monikered by where they are in the city, northwest, northeast, downtown, etc. Each of them work on an 8 squad shift rotation. There are 8 working units with constables and a sergeant. We moved to 10, specifically with a static day shift, because that's when we noticed that calls peaked. This was studied by our analytics folks, and we've noticed that when members are going to court and when people wake up to observe mischief to their property or otherwise, calls were stacking. So what we did is we inserted daytime static squads of constables and a sergeant to alleviate the pressure and timing and to get more members out in the public. So to your question, we are designing the police service exactly in a way to address the desire for Edmontonians to see more police in the public.
Well, I get the emails in my office from constituents at all hours of the night when they, see cars speeding through their neighborhoods.
We also do have traffic units that
Okay.
work, and we are, like the city, committed to traffic safety in the city of Edmonton.
Okay, I don't know if residents see that commitment, but, Eric, you talked about FCSS. I know the split is supposed to be 80-20, so 80 from the province, 20 from the city, but I know the city contributes more than the 20%. So are you saying from those stats then that it's the province that provides more funding to Calgary than to Edmonton?
And the data put into the chair's speech weren't intended to make those outcomes. They were just captured from a Government of Alberta website that publishes the spend by city, all municipalities in Alberta, and then the total spend. So it's depending entirely, I think, on your accounting practices of what is reported to the province for spends in the area of fire, police, family, community services, transit. So the intent is for those per capita numbers just to show that they're very, very changeable depending on how you spend, who spends it. Is it third party or is it in-house city spending? It's not designed to say you're spending less or you're committed less. That's not the case. I live, in the area. I know how much you're committed to that. It's just showing that a per capita measure, it can be so variable depending on how the accountants do a treatment at the back end.
So those stats aren't, it's not actual provincial funding then?
It depends entirely on how your team here in finance accounts for the money, where it goes. If it's spent by a third party like Civita, it may not show up under your spend, whereas in Calgary, they have an entire corporation that's on an arm of the city government down there, so it's going to be accounted for and show up differently in that column.
Maybe I'll see if I can track down exactly how much each of us get. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much for being here for both reports and appreciate that presentation. I was wondering about a few things in attachment 1 and in your presentation. So the attachment 1 also talks about the formula will undergo a true-up adjustment every 2 years to reflect kind of the actual and up-to-date population growth and inflation. I guess, why 2 years? Why not every year? And then also wondering, would that true-up also include actual settlement?
So I'm probably not the best person to speak to that.
okay.
It would be Stacy. But my understanding for the commission is that as you settle salaries, they go into the base funding of the service and they are calculated against the ratio that you set out in the formula. But I believe Stacy and her team can provide
So we
much more in-depth information in the next presentation.
Okay, and then, and just so I'm understanding, this true-up will be done between the two administrations? Is that correct? Okay. And are you able to answer why every 2 years and not every year in this presentation, or should I wait until next?
Again, I'd rely on your staff.
I'll wait. Okay, it's just that it came up in that attachment 1. I guess, Eric, also can you just kind of reiterate why so firm on the 30%? That, in your presentation, it sounded like that's not necessarily negotiable.
Yeah, we're just very close to 30% already, and so if you go lower, then it's
Just an automatic freeze.
It's an automatic or reduction.
Right.
So it's I think we're at 28 point something, 29.3,
Yeah, okay.
And so it's sort of rounding up,
Sure.
and it ensures that if other services aren't, if expenditures are not growing in the city, it can't grow in the service.
Okay, yeah, and I'm sure there'll be more questions in the next presentation about that ratio. And I think this theme of, the formula is here to address kind of this math problem almost of what is, the best way of figuring out funding. And there's lots of other issues around service delivery, accountability that can be addressed through other mechanism. And I think I heard, it was in your report, in your presentation. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we've also, in my experience, found that the funding formula allows the service to sort of be more strategic and plan further. They aren't concerning themselves with sort of what is really exciting in the city and developing a service package around that. They're able to sort of think in a more strategic long-term way. It's definitely fostered much more innovation in the service when there is a funding formula as opposed to responding to service packages which tend to sort of be very reactive.
Right. And last year, we've had the motion around the annual report, the commission presentation on the EPS annual report. It started last year, and I'm assuming there's one coming this year. Is that right? When is that?
We're still working with your
okay.
clerk's office to schedule that.
But it'd be sometime this year. I mean, the report is already public, but that would be kind of one of the mechanism around accountability that needs to be treated separately from the formula. Would you agree? And I guess finally, there's a lot of also this theme of police service and the rest of the civic departments, and when the rest of our civic departments is undergoing pretty significant I don't know the exercise around OP12. I'm wondering how that might impact, how you might see that impact.
So we were assuming that the service would be asked to complete a similar activity. Our intent was to have the service conduct a similar activity once the city manager identifies the process, for us to follow a similar process to identify whatever might be uncovered through that process. I'm not sure where things stand now, but that was our intent.
But over the next few years, that will be part of the consideration as we move forward with, whatever the outcome of the formula discussion, would you say?
Yeah, correct, Councillor. So as you embark upon your path with OP12, there'll be some understanding that the ratio to which the services budget is compared to will move depending on the outcomes of where you choose to move money around. Both the commission are aware, the commission and the service are aware that ratio denominator, for lack of a better word, could change depending on your decisions, and are comfortable with any decisions you make in that space.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you for this. I just want to pick up on one of the comments that was made by the chair around the example of the Parks and Road Service. So I pulled up while we were sitting here. 2022 budget is 266 million and change. This 2023, 255 million, so it actually went down. 260 million in 2024, so still not back up to 2022 levels. And then there is a jump in 2025 to 296 million. So I'm trying to understand the argument that you made in terms of, we fund roads consistently and with increases, so we need to do that with EPS as well. And did I misunderstand your comment?
Yeah, the comment is the per capita comparison with Calgary, that we spend more on these things than per capita than Calgary does, including
But you
our
specifically mentioned about our parks and roads budget in the speaking.
Yeah, and again, it's not, the per capita is such a variable figure depending on how it's tracked by your financial services and how it's reported out to the public through the government website.
Yeah, but let's give the example of the Leduc annexation. Parks and roads did not get a proportionate percentage increase for that. Did police?
Yes, there was an annexation package. I'm not certain what City Council had before them at the time with respect to other services, power, water, sewer, transit. I'm just not aware of those discussions.
Yeah. I guess, a lot of what I heard in this presentation today is around context, and I'm very much have worked in very context-rich environments. But when I also see things like the crime severity index in other policing divisions that don't have a funding formula is less than Edmonton, then I think, well, is funding formula going to solve that as well? So what are your thoughts on that? Because we have our crime severity index, it looked like from the, I can't cross-reference. Yeah, I guess just from a context perspective, how do you, if you need this consistency and continuity, but other police services budget on a year-to-year or 2-year budget cycles, and they're not having the same problems as Edmonton.
So the two things. One, we really want a much more strategic service. I think the shorter your cycles, the less strategic you can be. You're literally reacting year after year. It's why we don't elect you every year. It wouldn't make sense to do that. Ideally, it wouldn't be the way you would conduct business. So having that longer term perspective is really helpful when it comes to strategy and innovation. And the other, I think, really important thing is the context for us is we have a lot more calls. There's just a lot more work for our service relative to many, many other services. We also do it more efficiently. So we do more and we do it cheaper per incident, but which is why we have the budget, or we have the budget request we want, why we have the per capita spending that we have. We just have much more need, so that.
But what do you say to, because there's been a few people constituents that have reached out to me and said that they see 5 EPS officers responding to a call that seems like a big overkill in terms of the number of response to that, and questioning me on the efficiency of the use of those resources for a call.
So perhaps I can answer a little bit of the question you previously asked about policing and crime and how a funding model fits into that first, and then I we'll go to, actually, the latter is probably quicker. The way the call comes in and the way that it is finally resolved are two different things.
Yeah.
And so when multiple units respond to a call, it is an imperfect science. It is based on what a reporter is telling us at the time. And when units can be deployed elsewhere, the expectation is for on-street leadership to make that call. It is imperfect. They are a team. They want to help each other. They want to help Edmontonians. And at times, we have too few people on a call or too many. But what a call looks like to a person and what it actually is, in fact, are two different things. When it comes to a funding model and crime management, you make a good point. It's not as though a funding formula is all of a sudden going to drop the crime stats in Edmonton. Our crime severity index and our crime rate are high. They have been high relative to other major Canadian cities for a very long time. What we are able to do, to lean on what Matt Barker said earlier, is we had a formula that allowed us to move money specifically into the community safety and well-being environment. So rather than coming back to council and asking for a package, we were able to work with the commission to say this is what's driving the needs of the police right now, is repeat users of our service, people that are constantly interacting with police. And a good example of the success we've had there is the HELP unit, which has been studied to show precipitous drops in the amount of police interactions, both as a victim and offender, or witness as the case may be, between that client base and the police service.
Yeah.
So a formula isn't the panacea.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I
got
Part
it.
of the dialogue.
Got it. Okay.
Mayor, so he's coming.
All right, okay. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you for this. So one of the most concerning things I've heard recently was 96 police left the patrol last year, or left the service last year, I shouldn't say patrol. How is the commission, what's the commission's thoughts on that?
I mean, it's not, our line of business isn't recruitment, but I know recruit classes have grown significantly. We've asked the service, what's the plan to replace the vacancies? We're also having conversations about potentially overstaffing so that we know there will be a percentage of vacancies, and if we overstaff, we don't have to deal with those vacancies potentially. But it's been to ask the service what's the strategy, and their strategy has been to significantly increase the size of recruitment classes to fill those needs, those vacancies quickly, as quick as possible.
I guess, like if, so there's about 3,000 people that work at EPS, about 2,000 are sworn members. If 96 left, that's about 5%. And if 5% of the city workforce quit in 1 year, I think we'd be having some pretty concerning talks with our leadership.
So, Councillor Jans, I can speak to that. Recruiting and wellness both fall under the bureau that I have the privilege of working in, so I can speak to that briefly. There is an ordinary cadence of resignations and retirements from an agency of our size. So at a baseline, we are going to expect that an amount of people are going to retire or resign in a year. The dialogue around policing has been very, very difficult in North America and in Edmonton. And a study was recently released by the research arm of the major city chiefs called the Police Executive Research Forum, which shows a line, a connection between public dialogue and rhetoric around policing and the desire to stay in policing. This is not to suggest that there's not room for improvement for police agencies, but the agencies that have been hit the hardest by this attrition is where the dialogue and the noise has been turned up the loudest around it. We have increased our class sizes. We have moved from aiming to get in the 30s of recruits per class to 50. Achieving that is another piece. We've also reinvigorated our experienced officer program, where we're trying to attract already qualified police officers from around the country to make Edmonton their home. I'm proud to say we ran our first post-COVID experienced officer class recently, and we have another one starting in the fall. We also have a wellness plan that is being developed as we speak. I mean, it's gone through many iterations, but we are hyper-focused on member wellness right now, trying our best to create the greatest conditions for the police officers of Edmonton to want to stay in the profession and to stay with Edmonton.
I'd love a follow-up coffee on this one. I'm mindful of my time here. I note though, like, so 2 out of 3 people, like when people say more money for police, I hear the survey, more money for police, that people think they're getting police, but they're not. Of every dollar we give to the police, only 66 cents of that goes to police. And when somebody comes to help, when we say, well, so who are you going to call for help? Only 33 cents of that dollar actually go to patrol, right? Like, I know other people are doing other things, but we have this conflicting rhetoric where the presumption is, like the chief and others say, more police officers, but that's not actually what's happening here. And I know like we're investing in Vision 2020 and these other pieces, but there's this rhetoric from leadership that's saying, oh, you want social workers, you're defunding the police, but then the service spends money on social workers and other like non-police support here. So it's like when I'm asked, are you giving more money to the police to hire police officers? It's, well, no, we're not.
So the math is more complex. The conversation is more nuanced than, a dollar comes in and X amount goes to a police officer and not. So,
but 2/3 of the staff are police. 3,000 people work at the Edmonton Police Service. Only 2,000 of them are police.
yes, if I may just.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. So part of what we're doing is moving police officers into spaces where the public are going to be able to be with them. So a good example of that is our emergency communications branch. Historically, these areas have been staffed by police officers. We have, since Chief McPhee started, we have moved approximately 30-odd positions from that branch into core policing functions so that non-police officers, complemented still by some police officers, can work there. The sort of the end of this conversation is police per population, which is a statistic that causes police agencies to chase money. We're not invested in that. We are invested in designing a police service in a way where we get the maximum amount of value for money. Okay. That means having civilian strength where necessary and police in the public where we can.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the analysis, and this is really important information for us to move to the next item. I do pick up a few points, and in your presentation, I'm going to ask some follow-up question on that. So in the analysis, from what I heard, environment factors really impact and how we define our formula. So I just want to get some facts here, and then you can help me if my understanding is correct. Based on the analysis and also the data provided yesterday, and then my first question is, so we implemented the formula in 2022, but in 2020 and 2021, the formula was not implemented, right?
Council in 2020 suspended the formula for 2021 and 2020.
And 2020. Yeah. So that's very good information. Why I'm mentioning that, and because looking at the violence, the criminal rate, and in 2020 and 2021, 2022, 3 years comparison, and the increase, and compared to 2029, and in 2022 is 48%. And then in 2021 is 46%. However, in 2022 is significantly decreased from that 46 to 28%. So is those type of factors, and from environmental perspective, because you mentioned is a higher crime and in Edmonton, and then our funding formula has some connection with this change? Maybe you can comment on that.
Yes, Councillor. I think that the greatest comparator is to what was happening in other major cities, because in fairness, you are absolutely right. Crime rate and severity went down in the years that the formula was in place and up since it was suspended. But that happened across the nation. Where we were focused is where we were in terms of closing the gap with other major centers in Canada. And your suggestion is is correct. In the years the funding formula was in place, and the planning was there, we were able to close the gap on our crime indicators relative to other Canadian cities, and we have seen losses in that space following the suspension of the funding formula.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. So the next question is related to the one comment in your presentation about reduced funding. So what I heard here, reduced funding is not about changing the formula, it's about changing the base budget. So can you describe that a little bit more and help us understand what does that specifically mean?
So those comments, yeah, were directed to this idea. If council would like to reduce the expenditure on policing, it should be done through reducing the base budget. I think the other comment I made in that space was, and this has been the position of the commission. If you reduce if the police budget were to be reduced, that money we would expect that money to be spent on things that would reduce the burden on policing. However, the way we would recommend that be done is you make investments on those new programs while continuing to fund the police, and as you see a return on those programs, that would be the time to reduce the expenditure on police because they have less work to do.
Then my next question, what could be the impact if we reduce the base budget?
A reduction in service. I mean, we've had conversations about what that would look like, but it just means slower response times, less service.
Less services and a slow response.
Where that would happen, we would have a conversation with the service to determine what sort of the least important piece of work that they're doing. That would be where we would try to tackle it, but ultimately it means less service.
I do have the last question regarding the accountability piece, and then so I will come back for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. In the report, I want to know what the consultant's view were on having or not having an efficiency factor included into the formula.
So the consultant was cautious not to provide any sort of conclusions for the commission. They presented a body of work to the commissioners for their consideration. But their thoughts on the efficiency factor are in the report, that it can be arbitrary and diminish the effectiveness of all services to what the chair said. So arbitrarily setting a number and having the service reduce can produce some declines in service.
Okay, but setting a number can pose challenges, but how about, okay, so if you say 1% efficiencies, absolutely it could pose challenges because there may not be room for efficiency within one year, but did they comment on overall, like how do you continue to seek efficiencies even though formula gave you a guaranteed increase, right, over whatever the duration, but how you instill efficiencies still within?
So the commission hears from the service. They go through efficiency exercise regularly. So the first thing they do is when they determine their strategic plan, they come to the commission for the budget and they show how new investments line up against their strategic plan for the cycle. The commission has to know that the investments are tied to their strategic plan. And then you see that twice a year where the service does an internal exercise, and maybe they can speak to this a little more about how they change positions and move FTE rounds to ensure that they're tied to what they want to achieve in a year.
Okay, so but I'm understanding setting a target is probably be problematic, but ongoing efforts to seek efficiencies is the right approach.
Correct, and that's something that the service engages in on a regular basis.
Okay, good. There was also another comment in the salary settlements that around the risk around the salary settlements outpacing the civic budgets. Can you comment on that? Like, I know salaries are not included in the proposed formula, right? But there's a risk that because they get merged into the formula once they're settled, right, and they become their base level, right? There were some comments around that in the report. Can you elaborate on that?
So under the police Officer Collective Bargaining Act, the commission and the service don't hold the mandate for bargaining for collective
Yeah.
settlements.
Yeah.
So council with your team decides on a mandate, engages with the Edmonton Police Association and the Seniors Officer Association to set budgets. So you, your team makes recommendations. You may go to binding arbitration or not. Whatever you settle for could be
Yeah.
very small. It could be very large, depending on the environment. That risk should, in the report and the commission's position, should be borne by the city. If you are able to settle for less than you think you may have, then the city takes that money under the current formula and applies it to other areas of your business. If you end up doing an arbitration settlement for more than you thought, then the city absorbs that into the into their budget. You pay for it, but it still goes into the commission's and services budget, and it counts against the ratio. So you still, as a council, still have some certainty that regardless of the settlement, it's still going into the ratio, and as you see in the next presentation, the ratio is exceeded in 2026.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand is that when city is negotiating with other civic unions, they have this holistic view of the salaries impactment on service delivery. Because more you invest in salaries, there's less available for service, right? Even though human resources are providing services, absolutely I factor that into it. But here's a disconnect here, right? City is negotiating salaries, but EPS is responsible for the ongoing operation. So even though it's not part of the formula, that's something I'm trying to grapple with. Maybe moving forward, we need to have a more connection. Maybe EPS should be negotiating directly instead of city negotiating directly with the union, because that brings that kind of discipline that we see in civic departments, right? That's something to think about in the future conversation. I want to dwell on that. No, thank you so much for being here with us today. With that, there are other questions that we are going into second round, so I will move the second round.
Second.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Councillor Paquette, can you call the vote, please?
I zoned out that was my responsibility at this point. Yeah, please display the vote. That vote is passed. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the chair back, and we'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I was wondering if the commission could talk about what sort of budget fluctuations you experience throughout a year. Like, what is I imagine you get financial updates?
Yeah, we do. There's a forecast that we see that sort of predicts how the year is going to end, and it does move regularly.
Like by what? By tens of millions, 20s of millions, 30s of millions?
Like the range, I think, is about 15, so like 7.5 one way or the other.
Yeah, because I imagine you could have 5 vacancies, and that's $1 million right there in a year. And like when you have 1,000 civilian positions or non-police positions, that there could be lots of room within there. I mean, we within the city, I think we have how many vacancies we haven't hired right now or staffed right now? Like, we're talking millions and millions of dollars in decisions or hiring freezes or anything else.
So
Not
I think,
before we even touch the
Councillor
service.
Jans, I want to be flexible, right? But I think those questions might be more appropriate when we talk about the overall formula allocation of resources. So
Yeah.
if we could just focus on the attachment one.
Sure, I guess when
PwC report, yeah.
What, I feel like if I read the commission letters, we like the formula, we like this formula, this looks good. That's sort of the tone of the letter, is that fair?
Yeah.
And if we were to adjust the formula in any way to reduce the amount, like say instead of 10 million additional funding next year, it was less, how would, does the commission have a clear grasp on how that would be addressed by the service?
A reduction.
And where would those reductions be?
It would depend on the size of the reduction. Then we would have that conversation about sort of the priorities of the commission versus the need to the legislative requirements we need to fulfill. So we would have that conversation. The funding formula essentially keeps the service whole, keeps the level of service consistent. So inflation, obviously things become more expensive, so money to cover the things that are now more expensive than they were last year, and then population growth, which drives the demand for service. So as the population grows, we would maintain the existing level of service. If you don't account for population, then your level of service comes down because you have more citizens and the same number of officers providing that service.
Did the commission look at, like, we've invested more in a number of other protective factors that are already showing results that are reducing the burden on policing? Were those factored in at all?
Councillor Jans, we have experienced a 5% increase in calls for service this year. So unfortunately, while they may be showing outputs from these various areas, a lot of the times they're asking for complementary police service. So citywide, we are up just over 5% in the first half of this year for calls for service for police.
So if the calls so I guess that's where I'm trying to figure out, because if we're investing in all these areas that are reducing calls for service, and if calls for service then go down, should the funding for the formula go down too?
I think that it's based on a presumption that has yet to be proven out. Like, there has been money that's been invested into this space, and police are continuing to see an escalating need. So right now, again, 2023, we're up just over 5% in calls for service for police, citywide.
Another area I'm curious about, the province has promised 50 new police officers. That's being added. So that's going to grow service to POP, service to new areas, everything else. So did the commission factor in, well, the taxpayer of Edmonton doesn't need to pay more because finally the province is helping restore funding that they...
No, so we asked the question. We thought we might be able to take the funding for those 50 officers and essentially put it into the existing number. And the province is pretty clear that it has to be an additional. If you want this money, you have to hire 50 in addition to what you currently have.
So why didn't the commission recommend like a base budget, knowing that 50 more officers are coming?
So the commission did present to council a base budget last November based off that year-long process that they engaged in to satisfy themselves that what you saw was needed and necessary and met the requirements of the Police Act. Provincial grants, and it remains to be seen what this grant will look like, but historically have always been in addition to for policing, not as a replacement of municipal spending. So this new grant we fully expect to be having to demonstrate that it's net new and not replacing municipal spending, which could then be invested in other areas. Other grants in the future may not be as strict as that, but those are the early signals we're getting so far.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So continuing on that base budget, I have a little bit of concern. Okay, so let me back it up. Chair Antman, you were talking about parks and road spending. Were you talking about operations or capital or both?
Operations.
Operations, okay. And is that our ongoing operations or operations that have to do with new infrastructure builds?
So that's a great question. And again, it's not to, again, criticize or it's just simply to show per capita is such an odd measure. These are numbers taken from a Government of Alberta website that...
No, I think it's perfectly valid to make a comparison. So that is the question though. So the operating, is that based on new capital builds that are temporarily staffed, or is that just ongoing operations?
So I don't know with respect to what is reported by Edmonton and Calgary to the Government of Alberta. What I can say for the policing spend is that includes all of their total operating spending that is reflected in that chart.
All right, I would say that's important if we're going to make the comparison that we know what we're comparing. But that takes me to the base level funding. I do have a bit of a concern. So if the city of Edmonton's budget goes down based on this formula, let's say through some unforeseen circumstance, it goes down by 20% for operating. So does the EPS budget. Is that right, or does it maintain?
Sorry,
this is what I'm trying to.
Yeah, can you save that question for 7.6, please, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's just, the reason I'm asking it isn't specifically about the formula, it's about how we compare apples to apples, because if our budget goes down, and it's about this comparison, so I'm not sure if this is relevant to this discussion or not, because I think it is. I'll just get a ruling maybe from the chair on that. Am I the chair right now?
I think Mayor, so he left, and because it's your turn, I am the chair right now.
Okay, great. So
And-
ruling from the chair on that.
And I would say that because that was mentioned by the chair in their opening comments, it is within the context of this presentation, but anything related to how numbers affect or don't affect the funding formula should wait till 7.6.
Okay, so what I will do then, I will just get a reflection from the Chair Atman about the danger that poses if our budget radically decreases by some unforeseen circumstance.
So I think the service could weigh on this too, why we were comfortable with the 30% cap. I mean, it seems reasonable to us that the fortunes of the service should be reflective of the fortunes of the city. And if the city is increasing spending, it's reasonable to increase police spending. If the city is not going to do that, then police spending would be capped, would not increase. And if there was a decrease, they would be affected by that decrease as well.
Right, because right now, historically, at least with the past two councils, EPS has not seen $1 under from council what they gave the year before. It's always been more money year after year. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, was there a year where there was a decrease?
No, I
from
think
the city side.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about provincial clawbacks.
Yeah, certainly the numbers are correct, but the effect of those numbers tell a bit of a different story, Councillor. So, for example, from 21 to 22, there was $1 million increase to the tax-supported budget, and that was specifically with reference to a newly recognized statutory holiday. But there was obviously other inflationary pressures that caused...
Sure, like we've all faced inflationary pressures, yeah?
So,
like everyone across the board.
So on paper it went up, but pragmatically it was not money that we were able to allocate because it was being allocated to inflation.
Right. But if we kept up with inflation, that would be a massive tax increase for the public.
I don't know the answer to that. Perhaps your administration
The answer is
does.
yes. Okay, so, all right, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So I want to go...
Sorry, just one second, and I hand the chair over to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Rice.
Okay, so I want to go back to focus on our analysis here, and I really appreciate this analysis is done the way and use our financial assessment framework. I want to mention that. In this framework, and specifically we talk about the 5 core pillars, I asked environment factors play the role, and then how that impact we determine the funding formula. And then thank you for that answer. And also we talk about the change in the base budget, how that impact our services. And I do want to ask you as a commission, and from accountability piece, is there any impact and from between funding formula and not funding formula, like in 2022, 2021, and 2022, 21, 2020? Your ability, the impact on your ability, and to provide for accountability in align with the responsibility and our EPS needs provided, and based on our Police Act and also Municipal Government Act. So if you could provide some clarification on that. So what's the impact on your ability with funding formula and without funding formula? Because that is analysis and then to be done and in this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Just on behalf of the Commission, if I understand your question, is with the suspension of the funding formula for those 2 years, the service and the commission had to operate, they had to dispense with a 4-year planning cycle. So when the funding formula was approved in 2018, the service was able to show the commission where they were planning to spend the increases over 4 years. So the commission had understanding that in 2019, X amount would go into certain areas, in 2020, X amount would go in certain areas. As this funding formula was suspended, that caused the service to go into a efficiency exercise. A recruiting class was canceled, so there was an entire recruiting class that could not proceed because the funds weren't available for it, and the service was able to function within the frozen budget that they had from 2020. They were able to accommodate inflationary changes, any other changes, and continue to deliver services to Edmontonians. So I hope I've kind of caught your question, Councillor.
Yes, specifically the ability from commission perspective and provide that accountability in line with the responsibility from EPS.
So this might help too. So prior to the new chief being hired, there was an annual report that you may have seen that wasn't brought here like you would see the annual reports now, but it was called the Annual Policing Plan. That set out at a very high level what the service and the commission had committed to Edmontonians on delivery on an annual basis. It was not a robust document, it wasn't a mature document, it wasn't a business standard document. So with the new chief and with the commission, you now see what I would consider business standard documents such as a strategic plan, a business plan, and an annual report. Those set out what the commission and the service want to accomplish within a cycle, and then the annual report shows the achievements or not to some of those strategic pillars going forward. So in my perspective, from where I sit, the oversight that the commission exercises with the service has gotten better through the use of regular documents, regular reporting, and metric tests as well on an annual basis.
So the reporting structure and the reporting process and is not changed, and between these 3 years, right? The reporting structure is still the same.
I would say it's probably gotten more mature and better with a new direction that the commission has set out for the service. They hear more about the new programs that the service has put in place, so they get updates on the HELP program, the other programming. They get to touch base with the youth intervention programs to see how they're doing. There's a lot more reporting on the new initiatives that the service has implemented.
I probably saved my question and for the 7.6, and specifically why I'm asking this question, and then that is our Edmontonians public asking. So yes, and from that accountability piece, our EPS has a certain responsibility based on the Police Act and MGA as well. But as a commission, what is our ability will be impact and with a different budget model. And we are using here, that is why in your report here, and we have the financial assessment framework and specific guiding us how we determine the budget and from that perspective. But thank you for your answer.
All right, thank you, Councillor Rice. We will now go to Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Just a one more kind of question, and it picks up on the line of questioning from Mayor Sohi around the salary settlements, because that was included in the funding formula in the I know the torrid history of the funding formula, but when that was agreed upon in 2019, it did include the salary settlements. And in this report, which is just an executive summary, and I'm assuming that's a longer report, it mentions that there's an issue of which party bears the risk associated with the unpredictability of that negotiation. What did the broader body of this report say on that?
Thank you, Councillor. It was reflective. The executive summary is an accurate reflection of the body of the report. Is simply that the reflection that the ultimate body deciding the settlements is best to hold the risk corporately for that. Nothing more, nothing less.
But it doesn't say that in this summary. Like in the salary settlements, it doesn't say which is best. It just identifies that there's an issue of who bears that risk. Yeah, so that, like, in this executive summary, it doesn't actually explicitly say, we think those that hold the bargaining mandate should hold that risk. That it does not say that in this summary.
Yeah, it's our position. Like, we we feel that because we don't do the negotiation, it makes more sense that whoever's doing the negotiation holds that risk.
Yeah.
That's the position of the commission.
How come we didn't get the full report?
So Matt can do a better job of answering that question, but it honestly, it's confusing. Like, it confuses, like, the executive, Matt's done a lot of work to get the executive summary in a way that's easily digestible. The body of the report is, I don't know what degree you need, but neither of us have it, or commissioners had it, so.
So commissioners didn't get a full, didn't commission?
No, we saw it. You need the executive summary to make sense of it.
Of course, you need the executive, I mean, but a full report always includes the executive summary and then more context, which we talked about how important context is and nuance in the body. So it concerns me a little bit that we're not seeing that. And I get that it might be complex and it might be nuanced, but we've also talked about the importance of the commission building public trust. And I worry by not putting that full report in here, that it might be perceived that there's information that isn't convenient within the context of that body of that report.
Thank you, Councillor. Your point's well taken. It is a very technical report, and with the executive summary, it was very carefully crafted to ensure you weren't missing anything. I can speak with the commission at their next meeting about releasing that report on our website, but it is something that they use to form their opinion. Your motion that you asked for last year asked for the commission's opinion, not a consultant's opinion.
Sure.
We were very careful to keep the consultant independent from both administration, which is very limited interactions with
But commission
administration.
is saying they agree with the consultant's report.
The consultant put forward, the commission agrees with your financial team's recommendations on the council report. They used the consulting report to formulate their own agreement or disagreement with what Stacey and Ms. Padbury and her team has put forward. The report is very complex. It's very technical.
Yeah.
But you did ask for the commission's position on the factors you set out for them to consider last fall.
Direction in October.
And that's reflective of their position on this, supplemented by their experts' data.
So is there anything in this report that the independent consultant did, not just the summary, but the broader body of work, that the commission actually was surprised by or didn't necessarily jive with?
No, I mean, we essentially were asking the question, like, what are the metrics that should be used to develop a funding formula? And I think Matt used better language, which was it's technical. The intent is to release the report. We just don't want to sort of throw a bunch of
Well, so is the
stuff on the
zoning
table.
bylaw, right? Like, we have lots of things that are technical that are still publicly available. And I know that it is within our right to ask for anything that is needed for decision-making. So I'm going to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Hi,
I was going to say thank you, Councillor Rutherford, and I return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
Very kind of you, Councillor Paquette. You're so generous. Okay, now we go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Getting back to the Vision 2020 from EPS, because I don't see that traffic safety and frankly the senseless deaths that have happened in recent months on our streets. It doesn't seem to be, it's not considered really a core policing function, and I'm just wondering, under the Police Act right now, our community peace officers can't do any more than what they're doing. Does the commission have an opinion on maybe the Police Act should be changed to allow our community peace officers maybe to have some of those same responsibilities as the provincial sheriffs? And I was looking to the commission for an answer.
We haven't discussed it. The service has had many more discussions because it's been an operational function currently, and so we haven't had the discussions.
Okay. So no opinion on that. So now I'll get the EPS's opinion, but I thought we were supposed to stick with commission.
They're part of the delegation.
Oh, I'm okay with that? Okay, okay.
So two things. I think you suggested that traffic is not a core policing function. It is very much a core policing function. Traffic safety is...
the Vision 2020, it shows it says community safety while reducing crime, disorder, and victimization.
So that is, I mean, those are some anchor statements, but I want to once again be very, very clear. We are committed to traffic safety. You've probably heard Chief McPhee publicly advocate to be able to impound vehicles for excessive speed. We still have traffic units. We have major collision investigations. We take traffic very, very seriously.
So impounding vehicles, I guess, is kind of after the fact. I'm looking for deterrence. I think residents are looking for, patrol
Yeah,
units
we-
out and about.
And we increased our patrol presence. Our patrol members write tickets when they have the opportunity to. We have traffic units who write tickets. There are many drivers that use the arterial roadways of Edmonton. We are doing what we can to enforce the laws, given the complement of police officers that we have. The other thing
know
that I just wanted to
resources are
mention is
limited.
there's no connection to the Police Act and the ability of peace officers to enforce. So as you consider this in your role as a counselor, the Police Act is not what prescribes what peace officers can and cannot do. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Well, I thought, okay, so it's not the Police Act. I think there's also this automated traffic enforcement guideline as well that doesn't allow any new locations or doesn't allow in areas under 50 kilometers, which most of our residential roads are. So are there changes, I guess, that need to be made?
So automated and officer issued are two different things. When
Right.
we're talking about a person issuing a ticket, that is not a change to the Police Act. That's all that I wanted to make clear. That's under the peace officer designation, which is not controlled by the influence of the police commissioner or the police service.
But don't sheriffs have a greater jurisdiction?
Yeah, sheriffs are technically peace officers in the province of Alberta, so they've been granted that authority.
Right.
I think there are some other jurisdictions, perhaps more rural jurisdictions, where peace officers have enhanced authorities, but that all falls under the peace officer designation, the peace officer.
So would that take some of the pressure off the police service if the peace officers had that expanded authority that sheriffs have?
I mean, it's an interesting question. It depends on what type of enforcement they're doing, because sheriffs, for example, have different equipment than community peace officers have. But we are all for everyone participating in road safety, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Jans. Sorry, can you move this third round, please?
Move the third round.
So moved. Second.
Okay, please vote. Where's my diligent? I'm yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to get an understanding from the commission. If this formula is passed, and I think the first year is 10.5 million, on from there for this 3 years of funding, how many new hires are anticipated?
So that Matt was answering, which is 150, is what he's saying, so.
So the commission's heard that, the commission has heard that there'll be 3 classes this year of 50 officers. So you'll see 150 new officers come through the graduation process to move into the service.
Starting what year?
This year. So I'll let the service speak.
So, Councillor, are you talking about net new positions or the amount of recruiting we're doing? Because
No, just if the council passes this formula, how many new humans will be hired to Edmonton Police Service?
So we endeavor to hire 3 classes of 50 recruits per year on the sworn side.
So that's 150.
Yes.
Then another 150, which would make 300. Then another 150, which would make 450.
Right, but that's why I asked, are you talking about net new positions? Because a lot of those are being used to defray resignations and retirements.
Yeah, I
So-
understand
I
that.
think Councillor Jans is asking how much the new additional money will give you net officers, net number. That's
Okay,
what
so
you're
it's net new then,
Yeah.
is your question. Is that right?
That both of those are helpful. So the idea that this will allow us to hire 450, which will offset folks who are leaving.
Yeah.
But will that then also, what will the growth be of that?
So we have to determine that based on various inputs. So for example, right now I think that the next report suggests that 2024 would result in, I think, 10.7 million
Okay.
to the police service. There's certain non-discretionary budget items that we have to account for, which are provided to us by the corporate budget office.
Right.
Things like, you know, inflation related to premiums like CPP and EI, things we have to attach to our budget.
So we're at 1950 officers right now.
Right now, our approved strength is 1,896.
1,896, great. So what is the commission's target for next year? I'm not, because just adding 150 is inaccurate, right?
Right, so getting through this discussion is a condition precedent to having that discussion with the police commission.
But I guess I'm trying to understand what, like, if we're giving the money, where's it gonna go? Like, I imagine if there's, let's say for instance, there's a target, we want to get to 2,200 officers by 3 years. What happens if we get to 2,200 officers, but nobody else is, because it's assuming we're filling vacancies and people who have left. But what if nobody leaves? There comes a point where it's like, we've hit our limit. Like, we know we only have so many fire trucks, we can only have so many firefighters. Like, and I guess what I'm looking for is, like, the formula seems to be predicated on growth no matter what. Yeah. And what I'm looking for is a bit more of a business case like how the commission is, there could be a point where the commission says, well, the formula, we're good.
So I mean, certainly the commission holds the cards on this, but from the services perspective, we are not trying to meet a quota of officers. We're not trying to meet a quota of civilians. We're trying to create outcomes. We're trying to create a safer Edmonton. That means that to chase, again, this police per population, you know, like we need to get to 2,200, may be a pursuit that we don't wish to go down. It might be more, it might be less, but we need to regularly report to our commission on where we are investing our money and how it is outcomes driven.
For sure, but this formula is predicated on growth in budget because of population, and we're hearing population stability. So again, I'm getting these conflicting messages.
No, I think so long as, I mean, in theory, inflation can go down, population can go down. That's not been under the experience of Edmonton, but in theory, those numbers can come down, which would result in a reduction of the police budget. And in theory, that's fine because there should be also a reduction in need for service. If the population is growing, there's an expectation that there will be a requirement for more service. And so if the funding formula is passed, we will ask the service, how are you going to spend this $10 million? They'll say, you know, $2 million is going to just the inflationary pressure, 8 is going to this, and this is how that 8 is going to be used.
But even like if we're in a period of acute crime right now and calls for service are going up, why are people not being moved out of other areas into frontline work? Like, why are police who are in, say, school resource officer programs or somewhere else, which are like low crime severity index in a junior high school compared to the transit system? Like, I'm not seeing, I'm out of time, I'm sorry.
We have moved members into frontline roles, absolutely we have.
Yeah.
We have moved members. I mean, the 10 squad model is indicative of that. We've done other things. We have created collision reporting centers so that members aren't out taking car crash reports. There's a variety of ways that we are trying to address this.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you. So maybe just building on that. When the money is transferred from the city to the service, it doesn't come in 3 checks or 10 checks, or it's a transfer. Here's your dough, right? Essentially.
It comes to us, and then we take our little portion, and then it goes to them.
So the formula says, okay, there's a presumption that, you know, the 17 or the 19% of the formula that's material costs. Those material costs are going to go up at the rate of inflation. Here's a bit more money to maintain the material spending that you're doing this year, next year. There's a presumption that if the population goes up, the calls for service go up. But there's not necessarily a presumption that to address those additional calls for service automatically means more officers. There might be different strategies, redeployment of officers, keeping away from capital, but a change in policy that says we don't need any more officers, but this additional money allows us to use those officers in a different way to address the increase in presumed increased calls for service. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, we as a commission have worked really closely with the service to become more innovative. So innovation may not just be police officers. It could be other things that result in in addressing the growing need.
So maybe let me ask this and see if this is the case. So we talk about wanting to see a greater police presence to address things like what we were talking about yesterday, right? Drug use in open spaces on the transit, that kind of thing. There's not necessarily a presumption, but a part of the strategy is more police in the space is a visible deterrent to maybe not participate in those activities. So that means more police in that space. But that doesn't necessarily mean hire more police. That means redirect more police or bring officers from other places, yes?
That's absolutely right. It could mean both. It could mean one or the other, depending on what we have analyzed as being creating the greatest conditions for success.
But in addition to the budget that includes calls for service might mean a third collision center.
Correct.
And that's not necessarily more people, but it's the operation of another building.
Correct.
So we say effectively, you need an amount of money to run the service. And we're going to see that budget be fixed proportionally to what the city budget is, roughly 30%, with some presumed increases or decreases, right, and give you that money to spend the way that you need to spend it to address the increase in demand.
Correct. If I can give a very brief example of something like this, we have converted a space in our old headquarters building, not far from here, into an integrated care center where health and justice come together to address people who are incapacitated by drugs or alcohol under, the Gaming, Liquor, and Cannabis Act. The goal there is to free up officer time from, instead of being with the client, to giving it to this joint environment where health and justice come together, and that police officer can get back out onto the street. We are working through how that manifests itself, but these are the innovative sort of endeavors that we are on to create greater hours of police officers in public-facing roles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that concludes the questions on this report. And we have a motion on the floor to receive this for information. So we'll vote on that. Then we'll go into the next item, which is the actual formula to be discussed. And at this time, I don't know if there are members desiring to speak on this. Okay, we'll open up for that. All right, so Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. Just going to say that I will support accepting this with information, with the caveat that I do plan to do a subsequent to ask for the full complement of this report. So that's really what I want to say. I'm not going to belabor whether I accept this or not, but I do think it is a fair ask for council members to see the entirety of the report, technical in nature or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so it's an interesting discussion, and really it's about trying to find the right balance. Edmontonians expect safe streets, a safe LRT, safe downtown Chinatown, and to feel safe in their communities. In the words of the chair, Edmonton is spending more per capita on policing than Calgary, than a host of other like sizes, than probably all of them. But the question is, what is the dollar figure that will achieve the goals that we have to serve the community as far as policing goes? That's why we have to be tough on these issues, which can sometimes be interpreted as being tough on people. But it is not council, it is the public that has an expectation. And that's where we are operating from. The council did not receive the full report based on a particular interpretation of a motion is somewhat problematic. Council is tasked with ensuring proper funding of many aspects of the city. And at 30% has been recommended today, APS is our largest file. And frankly, the largest black box for where dollars actually go. So there is a duty from council to ensure that those dollars are being well spent. And again, I need to stress this. This is not about being tough on an organization. It's about being tough on the issue and tough on the dollar. And that is a basic expectation from the public. And I want to thank the commission and for representatives of VPS who came today for their efforts to be ever more open and accountable to the public. And I hope this journey continues in a forthright and transparent fashion. Unfortunately, we did not get that larger report. And we will be having a discussion on the funding formula next. And I think that the public would actually be interested in knowing what their dollars were used to investigate and what those results were. So I'll just leave that there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack, to close or to vote? To vote? Okay. Right? Yeah, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Point of order.
I'm sorry? Councillor, go ahead.
The issues, I believe, is a second by Councillor Principe for this.
Yeah, it is Councillor Principe.
No, it's just Councillor Tan.
No, a second by Councillor Principe. Sorry. Yeah. It's second by Councillor Principe. The vote, the motion, actually.
Yeah, we
motion.
heard Councillor Tang, but we can change that to Councillor Principe.
Yeah, change it to Councillor Principe.
Yeah, happy to do so. Thank you for the flag.
Yeah. So it's carried. I'm just trying to read your note, Aileen. So we need to do agenda check. Yeah, okay, before lunch. Why don't we take 5-minute break so that delegation can change
Not
seats?
sure we finished this
Sorry,
item,
point of
Mayor
order.
Sohi.
I alluded to a subsequent,
Oh, you have. I missed that. Sorry.
and when I spoke to it.
Okay. Go ahead, please. What is your subsequent?
Yes, so I move that, sorry, just a second. The Edmonton Police Commission provides City Council a copy of the complete PWC report funding formula options analysis summary, August 3rd, 2023.
Okay. Need a second. Second by Council Salvador. Okay. Any questions on the subsequent? Councillor Hamilton?
Just a point of clarification. Can we ask for something direct from the commission, or do we have to go through administration?
No, under the bylaw and the Police Act, you do have the ability to ask information that informs your budget decision.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Any more questions? Seeing none, Councillor Rutherford to close.
I have one question.
You have questions?
Is there a due date on this?
Okay. Due date.
So, Councillor, it would just be a case, if this passes, we'll then ask for a copy of the report, and then we would circulate that report to yourselves through the normal process. It wouldn't be coming back to a council meeting. It would just be being given to the councillors.
Right, and I'm just thinking of timeliness of receiving that report.
How can the commissioner release this report if to the commission chair? How much time will it take you to release that report to council if this passes?
We're just saying tomorrow, we can get it on
Tomorrow?
our website.
Okay. So within this week, Councillor Paquette, okay? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions on this? Anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Rutherford to close?
Yeah, I think I spoke to it already, so no, nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes. Thank you.
Display the votes, please. All right, are there any other subsequents on this? No? Okay. Now we're done with this item. Can we take a 5-minute break, please, and so that delegation can change seats? Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. delegation is seated. So I'll ask again, everyone who's part of this delegation is seated in the front.
We're getting there.
I think that's why we gave 5 minutes for people to sit down.
It's just a cleanup. But you usually do it kind of.
Okay, we are into our item 7.5. Edmonton Police Commission Police Funding Formula, selected by Councillor Knack. And Councillor Knack, can you please?
Just a
Oh yeah,
point
we
of
need a
order.
presentation first, right? We need a presentation.
Just a point of process here. We
Yes.
have an attachment to add, so I'm going to move that we add
Oh.
attachment 6.
Second?
Thank you.
And we're going to keep that in
Keep
private.
it in private.
Okay. All right, so please vote on attaching that attachment.
Could you say who seconded that, Mayor Sohila,
That was
please?
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you
Councillor
so much.
Stevenson, here we go.
Just waiting for 3 votes.
I am in the e-scribe, but my vote is not appearing. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay. Here you go, it came now. Displayed here, it's carried. Okay, now over to administration and the delegation for presentation.
Great, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Before you today is an update to the potential police funding formula based on administration's most recent analysis done in collaboration with the Commission and EPS. Presenting as part of the City Administration delegation today is Stacey Padbury, our DCM of Financial and Corporate Services and CFO, Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development, and Malap Petigera, Principal Advisor to Budget Planning and Development. And for the record, I'll just hand over to the Commission so that they can make sure you know who's part of the joint delegation here.
And again, I'm Eric Ammon, the Chair of the Edmonton Police Commission.
Matt Barker, Executive Director, Police Commission.
Justin Crickler, CAO for the Edmonton Police Service.
And Carey, Chief Operations Officer, Edmonton Police Service.
Irina Piasta, Branch Manager.
Rob Davidson, Executive Director, Finance Division.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would just request everyone when you're speaking, please speak into your mic as much as possible, that not only us but also the members of public can hear you as well, because there are always people who are listening to this council's conversations, right? So it's very important that everyone is able to hear us. And with that, over to administration for presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. As we reflect on our journey, it's important to acknowledge the context that led us to this point. In 2020, discussions emerged about the need to channel city funding towards priorities beyond traditional policing, aiming to enhance community safety and well-being through alternative means. This prompted Council's direction to reevaluate the methodology through which increases to Edmonton Police Service funding are determined. However, it's crucial to recognize that the development of a funding formula serves a particular purpose and is aligned with certain objectives. If the intention of the City Council is to fundamentally address concerns with the existing policing model, alter its mandate, or revise its core funding structure, a funding formula is not the most appropriate mechanism to address these broader issues. The funding formula we developed is designed to optimize the allocation of resources within the parameters of the existing policing framework to address the policing needs of Edmontonians. It aims to ensure a balanced distribution of funds that align with the city's evolving community safety and well-being goals, for which EPS is a partner. And the multi-year funding formula is a tangible step toward achieving these goals. This next slide highlights the principles that administration, the Police Commission, and EPS started with in determining a proposed funding formula. While the aim is predictable funding for EPS to determine use of its services, a longer-term formula also benefits us in administration and, by extension, Council, by helping in multi-year budget development and stability in the city's largest operating expense. I'll reiterate that the funding formula is not intended, nor could it determine the model and priority for policing in Edmonton. The formula determines how funding for EPS changes over time. It can't determine how the funding is spent. Based on the analysis of the additional information collected, administration is recommending the modest changes to the current funding formula. The formula is intended to manage the financial impacts of population growth, inflation, and operating impacts of capital for projects that are funded by the Edmonton Police Service. The formula is not intended to provide funding for major capital projects, including new buildings and facilities, for Edmonton Police Service salary settlements, to address significant changes in legislation, to address significant urban growth due to annexation, and for operating impacts of police-initiated capital projects that are City Council approved, and for operating impacts of significant City of Edmonton initiated capital projects that increase the demand for policing. I'll ask Stacey and her team to take you through each consideration based on the October motion. Stacey.
On the screen before you, you will find a condensed representation of the recommendations tied to each component of the motion. Each recommendation is a result of thorough analysis, careful consideration, and a commitment to giving Council the information they need to make informed choices on the funding formula. City administration worked with the Police Commission and the Police Service to ensure that we were all in agreement on the approach being undertaken. The motion analysis has presented us with several pivotal elements, each demanding its share of thoughtfulness and strategic thinking. This slide serves as a summary of the proposed recommendations aligned with each facet of the motion. As we proceed, it's essential to acknowledge the options we've presented here are situated within a broader spectrum. To put it into perspective, we find ourselves at a crossroads with 4 overarching choices that you saw in the previous slide. Revert to an old formula, extend the replacement formula to 2026, approve the revised replacement formula, which is what our recommendation to you is today, or to not have a funding formula and to revert to service packages. The formula is not perfect. We tried to keep the formula as simple as possible while responding to specific concerns and feedback, being mindful that a complex formula can be difficult to manage and administer efficiently, hard to explain to Edmontonians, and can work against the original intentions. I'll now turn it over to Malap Petigara to walk you through the analysis that informed the recommendations before you today.
Thanks, Stacey. Policing services are a frontline, resident-facing, people-oriented public service. As such, population growth captures the underlying growth pressure that EPS faces. While population is an imperfect growth driver for the formula, it is the best and most applicable of limited options. In total, administration evaluated 9 additional growth factors, all of which had limitations that made them non-viable options. These limitations include data collection and ownership. In some cases, EPS owns the data, which can result in real or perceived issues of neutrality. The data is historical, and no reliable forecast of these figures is available. Because the funding formula is future-focused on the subsequent budget years, reliable forecasts are necessary. Volatility of funding. Potential for cycles of instability from rising and falling funding and police officers per capita based on increasing and decreasing crime rates. Counterintuitive effects. For example, in some cases, a greater number of patrol officers results in higher crime reporting, as more police can mean more crimes reported and documented. Up and down data trends, which could lead to funding instability. And lastly, fit for purpose. Crime severity indexes already adjust for population growth, which neutralizes the effect of crime volume growth, making it a non-ideal growth driver. It is administration's position that continuing to apply the population growth rate as the growth driver for the funding formula is prudent and is the best of limited options. Statement 5 of the Council policy states that Edmonton Police Service will contribute to any citywide cost reduction strategies. Administration examined 4 alternative cost reduction mechanisms. The first, incorporate an efficiency factor into the formula as a set dollar amount. 2, an efficiency factor as a fixed percentage of the growth. 3, an efficiency factor expressed as a percent of EPS's expenditure budget subtracted from the formula. And lastly, an efficiency factor expressed as a percent subtracted from the funding formula's growth driver, factor G. Because the replacement EPS funding formula already includes a growth management mechanism where EPS operating expenditures cannot exceed 30% of civic department operating expenditures, administration does not recommend incorporating another efficiency factor on top of this. However, an efficiency factor could be considered in place of the 30% ratio. This existing mechanism constrains EPS's budget growth at times when civic department budgets are being reduced. When administration undergoes budget reduction exercises, the formula automatically compels EPS to do the same. An efficiency factor can achieve a similar outcome, but will require an action of council for it to be established. Administration recommends continuing to apply the 30% growth management ratio as the primary cost reduction mechanism. As discussed on the previous slide, the 30% ratio is the control mechanism on funding growth for EPS. And by capping EPS's operating expenditures at 30% of civic department operating expenditures. In years where the ratio is exceeded, the funding formula is automatically reduced to manage the ratio. This ratio was calculated using the approved 2022 operating budget, where the ratio of EPS expenditures to civic department expenditures was 30%. The incorporation of the ratio into the funding formula was to respond to the issue that in previous years the growth of police funding outpaced the growth of civic services. To ensure a balanced approach, the size of the police budget was linked to the size of other civic departments as a way to ensure that increases in police funding did not result in growth constraints on civic services. Given that Operating Budget Amendment 12, or OP 12, is a large and complex body of work that could involve significant reductions or reallocations within the city, administration does not recommend adjusting the ratio until OP 12 is complete. Administration recommends recalculating the ratio once OP 12 is complete and using this figure to replace the 30% ratio written in Procedure 8 of the policy. Administration examined several alternatives for narrower service package parameters. The first, no service packages, where EPS would not be permitted to request additional funding outside of the funding formula by submitting service packages during the 23 to 26 budget cycle. All funding requirements must be managed within the allowances of the formula. 2, to cap service packages at a set dollar amount by setting a maximum allowable service package request per budget year. 3, to cap service packages at a percentage of EPS expenditures. So here we'd set a maximum allowable request for additional funding through service packages at a set percent of the total EPS expenditure budget per budget year. 4, cap service packages at the impact on the tax levy. So any approved growth funding for EPS service packages cannot exceed a set percentage tax increase per fiscal year. For example, a 0.25% tax increase. And lastly, only service packages that align with community safety and well-being, where EPS would only be permitted to submit a service package that aligned with CSWB mandate. Because the replacement funding formula includes a growth constraint mechanism, the 30% ratio, any additional constraints on service package requests would diminish financial flexibility. With a growth constraint mechanism already in place, there should be some allowance to request funding changes. Removing this option could have unintended consequences on policing. This does not mean that any requests for funding are automatically approved. Council ultimately has discretion over whether or not to approve the funding request. Given these considerations, it is administration's position that continuing to apply Procedure 7 as it's currently written in the funding formula procedure, C604A, is prudent. Council's motion also requested considerations for ongoing versus one-time grants to EPS. Procedure 5 of the policy neutralizes the effect on the formula from any increase or decrease in external funding. This makes it so that regardless of whether there's an increase or decrease in grant funding, the funding formula is unaffected. To clarify this statement further, administration recommends amending Procedure 5 to specify that it applies for both one-time and ongoing grant funding to EPS, which has been amended in the proposed C604B policy. As part of the analysis, 3 options to address salary settlements within the funding formula were evaluated. The first is to incorporate a salary settlement growth factor into the EPS funding formula. Where actual settlements are below the formula's estimated settlement, EPS returns the difference by way of budget reduction. Where actual settlements are above the formula's estimated settlement, Council provides additional tax-supported funding in the amount of the difference. 2, incorporating a fixed percentage personnel inflation factor into the formula. Any variance between this calculated amount and the actual settlement amount, either above or below, is managed by EPS. And 3, incorporating a fixed percentage personnel inflation factor into the formula, where any variance above or below is managed by administration. The above options will not influence the outcome of the collective bargaining process or salary settlements. Rather, these options only determine how money is allocated to pay for EPS's settled wage increases. Options 2 and 3 create uncertainty and instability for both EPS and administration's budgeting, as it is likely that actual settled amounts will vary from what the formula projects in most years. In instances where the actual settlement is lower than formula settlement, option 2 would over-allocate funding to EPS. In instances where the actual settlement is higher than the formula settlement, option 3 would require administration to take funds from other areas or increase taxes to make up the difference. Furthermore, incorporating salary settlements into the funding formula would publicize the amounts reserved by the city for EPS salary settlements, which could weaken the city's bargaining position. For these reasons, administration does not recommend addressing salary settlements within the funding formula. Administration recommends continuing to calculate and allocate EPS salary settlements outside of the funding formula as is currently written in the funding formula procedure. As outlined in the policy, there are 7 variables that are used to calculate the funding allocation to the Edmonton Police Service. The equation on the left calculates tax-supported funding, and the equation on the right calculates the funding formula. A is the total tax-supported funding for EPS for the current year. This is calculated by adding B, which is total tax-supported funding for EPS for the previous year, plus C, the EPS funding formula, plus D, which is the EPS salary settlement for the current year, which are held corporately and not part of the calculation of C. In order to calculate the value of C, we need to consider the following. F is the personnel expenditure budget for the current year, prior to any salary settlements for that year, multiplied by G, which is the population growth rate for that year. This variable is added together with H, which is the non-personnel expenditure budget for the current year, multiplied by I, the non-personnel inflation calculator for the current year. Over the next few slides, we will walk you through a scenario of how the formula works. And I'll pass it over to Stacy.
So these next few slides will dive into an illustration of the funding formula calculation and how salary settlements are calculated outside of the formula and included in total police funding. Our example calculates funding for 2024, and it includes an assumption that there was a settlement in there was a settlement for the 2022, 2023, and 2024 years at 1% each year, and that settlement was ratified in 2023. So this is essentially the example in attachment 4. A settlement in 2023 for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024 require us to adjust the starting point of the calculation for 2022 and 2023 settlements before calculating the growth component. And you will see 2024 settlements on a later slide. This assumption illustrates how the formula works, assuming a salary of 1%, and it should not be confused with how we budget for salary settlements corporately. The opening amount on this slide for 2023 was $415.4 million, and that number included the $7 million that you approved in the fall 2020 budget deliberations. Given that there was no ratified salary settlement at that time, the settlement factor in the calculation was 0 then. The 415 became the starting point as we recalculated the base for the ratification of settlements. So this results, on the right-hand side of the screen, this results in $3.7 million being added for a 1% settlement in 2022, and a further $3.8 million being added for the 2023 settlement, for a total adjustment of 7.5. It's 7.5 million that becomes D. it's added to the $415.4 million for total tax-supported funding in 2023 of $422.9 million. And we're going to come back to that number in a later slide. The calculation for 2024 starts with the 2023 expenditure budget, which was $495.1 million, plus we add in the salary settlements of $7.5 million, that D that we showed you on the previous slide, because that impacts the personnel budget, and it gives us a total expenditure budget of 502.6. Because that 7.5 reflected salary settlements, it's added to the personnel line. The proposed formula uses the personnel and non-personnel expenditure budgets as the basis of the calculation. Currently, that split amounts to about 82% personnel and 18% non-personnel. So if we move to the next slide. We then need to apply the forecasted population growth rate, that's factor G, to personnel expenses, and the forecasted population growth rate shown here is 2.22% in this illustration. When you multiply personnel expenditures, that provides a growth increment of 9.2 million. And again, the rationale for using population growth is that it allows EPS to provide a stable level of service to a growing population over time. Similarly, we multiply the non-personnel inflation calculator, which is 1.74% on this slide, to the non-personnel expenditures, providing an inflation increment of $1.6 million. And the one thing I just want to take a moment to flag here is we're doing this at a point in time, and actual growth rates and inflation rates may differ from what we've used on this slide when we ultimately do the calculation in the supplementary operating budget adjustment. And we know that we're currently experiencing higher growth than anticipated. So when you combine both these increments in the funding formula, that equates to $10.8 million. Recall in our example, salary settlements extended into the 2024. So for this illustration, we're showing you how a 2024 settlement is accounted for within the policy. The 2024 salary settlements, so $3.8 million in our example, are added as D in the 2024 calculation. So recalling the equation on the left side of that earlier slide, the total tax-supported funding will be the opening balance adjusted, so that is the orange box, $422.9 million, plus the result of the funding formula, so $10.8 million, that is C in the equations, and it's the bottom gray box, plus the 2024 salary settlement of $3.8 million, or D, which is showing in the purple box. And that combines for a total of $437.4 million in tax-supported funding. This is the number that becomes EPS's bottom line in their budget and the number that they must balance to. Now, we needed to consider the 30% cap, which we've done in the top right of this screen. So to do this, we calculate expenditures after considering the results of the formula. And so in this example, EPS's expenditures of 502.6, that green box. To that, we add the funding formula, the $10.8 million at the bottom, plus the $3.8 million to arrive at the new expenditures. That's 517.2, and it's the denominator in that top blue box on the right. When we divide it by the expenditures of all civic departments, that denominator is $1.743 billion. You get 29.7%. So you can see that that's very close to 30%, but it's not exceeding 30%. And that number, the denominator, can be found in the budget on page 61. It is the bottom line of the civic department's budget, expenditure budgets. Now, I haven't shown you what happens in this example, because in our example, the 1% means that they're still beneath the formula, the cap. If salary settlements If the number is large enough, it will kick in the cap and it will reduce funding to the police service in order to bring the cap down to 30%. So I hope that was helpful, and we'll now happily take any questions.
Done? Okay, cool. Good. All right. Well, we need motion on the floor. Councillor Knack, you exempted this.
Sure. Let's see here. Here it is. That revised Edmonton Police Service Funding Formula Policy C604B is set out in Attachment 5 of the August 22nd, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report be approved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. I'm sorry. Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor, right? And there will be a lot of questions on this. And we are scheduled till 5. And I hope that we'll be able to finish this item before 5. But I don't think we'll be able to get to a number of other items today. So I think it'll be good for us to look at some options. Clerk, what would you suggest?
Yeah, so I just had a chat with the city manager, and if I could just say we'll come back after lunch recess to 7.6. If you finish 7.6 before 5 o'clock, I would suggest we go back and finish 9.2. That is time sensitive.
So if 9.2 is time sensitive, that needs to be finished today, right?
As far as I know, it needs to be.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We can move item 9.3, which is the OP12 adjustment, 9.4, Intergov update, 9.6 is the police commission membership. I'll leave that one up to yourselves. 9.7, we've checked with Alberta municipalities, that can be delayed till September, as well as the Edmonton Sports Council.
And I would just add, Mayor, that 9.3 and 9.4, they're important and detailed updates, but there's no immediate timeliness to a decision this week, so I think we want to provide the right time to have those discussions.
Okay. All right, so the only external delegation, are we getting external delegation for Edmonton Police Commission?
We do, which it does not involve anybody that's in this room presently.
Okay, and how urgent that is?
I would like to throw that question back to council.
Yeah, because I'll be I'll be surprised if we get through this item and 9.2. Those are the urgent items that we need to get through. So I would suggest that we find another time for other meetings.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so absolutely, we can look at finding another date between now and that September.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look at seeing if we can.
Okay, so
squeeze
we
an
will
extra
try
council
to
meeting.
complete today.
Yeah.
This item and 9.2.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please. Or Councillor Neck, you want to start first? Doesn't matter.
All right, someone will start. Might as well take 5 minutes. Thanks for, again, all this information. It was a lot of work that went into this. Lots of questions. Maybe I want to start with you, Mr. Corbell, why do we, have you ever considered using this type of formula approach for any of the other departments in the city? And why or why not?
No, I have not. I know we might soon, but I think my perspective would be that this is somewhat unique in terms of the Police Act and how it operates, and I think I would rather, my view with the rest of the city is I would rather just, deal with it from a budgeting perspective, from a priorities perspective, and go through the process we go through, because things change, and I think some of those are a little more complex, especially in CSWB and other aspects. So I think it's good to review them at the spring and fall SOBAs and see where we are. And so short answer is no, we have not considered it. And I think I would be worried if you get into a position where you have like 5 or 6 funding formulas that kind of manage the whole city's budget. And really there's limited opportunity to adjust and be agile based on, circumstances evolving. There may be argument for 1 or 2 types like this, but I wouldn't want to run the whole city, is my perspective at this point.
And I don't know if we've done the number, but, just being realistic, I imagine if we applied a very similar formula to the rest of the city, I mean, we'd be 10% tax increases every year.
Yeah, I think it would be a high increase, and I think but I also think that there are different consequences, right, in different departments based on funding and things like that. So,
yeah, okay.
But I mean, we'd be open to considering it in areas, and I think we might soon. So.
Sure. And I ask it as I sort of look to the commission here on this, and so I'll need my help from our commissioner members on this particular question. It's probably to Mr. Barker or Chair Amp, and I'm probably going to ask this one to you here, is so recognizing that, and I sort of asked that a little jokingly because again, if we did try this model everywhere, like we would be unsustainable increases each and every year. And so we've had some chat in the last item. This is our biggest budget item. How do we make sure how do you make sure you're doing your due diligence in a really thoughtful way to ensure that that we're not just for the sake of approving increases? Because even if this is the only one that gets increases like that, that's a pretty hefty starting point every year for us. So I'd love to understand sort of how you've changed over the years in terms of the due diligence to making sure that we're getting efficiency from EPS each and every year.
So with the formula, I'll start with the due diligence component. And over the last 4 years I've been at the commission, the commissioners meet.
Right, can you please speak into the mic?
Sorry, this is always the mic that's
Yeah.
the quietest one. Over the last 4 years, the commissioners meet at times over 50 times per year. There's lots of pre-reading for each of the meetings. They receive regular annual reports from the police service on a number of topics related to governance, finance, strategic planning, business planning. As I mentioned earlier at the earlier presentation, there has been an evolvement of those reporting products from an old annual policing plan, which was not as mature as what you're seeing today. And based off the reporting and accountability framework that you approved in May this year, you will be seeing the strategic plan as it changes and updates. You will be seeing the annual report annually to show how those areas are being maintained. The commission has standing subcommittees where the finance, governance, IT, human resources, and professional standards, all of those standing committees do work with the service to assess internal reports or statutory reports on disciplinary matters. All of that, and to yourselves and to citizens, the commission is fully invested in providing those monthly governance oversight components every year, each year. Some years the chair is, working more than half time. Other years the chair, potentially is only working 25% of the time. So from my perspective, you have now 13 commissioners who are wholly invested in ensuring that they are exercising their governance principles. They are listening to the community, they are listening to council, and they are ensuring that the police service delivers the product that the commission feels is best for citizens with citizen input.
Okay. Many more questions, but I'm out of time, and I think it's noon.
All right, thank you. And
one more aspect in the 16 seconds to answer your question. I think the other fundamental difference is the governance model. Council can and does often talk to branch managers and others to tweak things and get responses on things. You can't, according to the Police Act, do that with police, so it's a little different. So I think that's just another factor.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a break here now. We'll be back at 1:30, and we'll resume with this conversation at that. All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And was anyone at the back there, Councillor Wright? Here you go. Good. Good. Yeah, good. All right, thank you so much. I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Rutherford?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel? Afternoon. Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so we are on our first round. Next in the lineup for questions is Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I guess, Ms. Padbury, you were talking about, and I just want to make sure I heard this right. So in the event that, the settlements increase or take us above, so I'm thinking like going forward with the next settlement for 23, 24, 25, if that took us above the 30%, that means the remainder money, the non-personnel costs would come down under the cap?
So if you settled in later years a collective bargaining agreement with police, they would get that settlement, but any growth on the formula, if that put them over, any future growth would be ratcheted back until such time that they were under 30%.
Okay, so in the year of settlement, they would get the full amount. There would be no cap on it.
That's correct.
Okay.
But it would affect it can affect future years.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I also just wanted to clarify, on the slides and the examples, I think it talked about the current settlement being for the years 22, 23, 24, but my understanding is it's 21, 22, 23?
So my example is the hypothetical example that's in attachment 4.
Okay.
And so we made because we wanted to show you what would happen in 2024.
Okay.
We used an assumed settlement in 2022, 2023, 2024. So we could show you what happened in every one of the years.
Okay, so it's all hypothetical.
That's correct.
Okay, except for the actual dollar numbers, dollar amounts.
I guess,
Based on the assumptions.
The 3% would be, or the numbers that you see in there would be our rough estimates of what a 1% increase would be.
Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you. And then the other thing, I know like the majority, 82% of the total budget is for personnel costs. And I don't know if you can answer or if I go to EPS or the commission, because not all the personnel are unionized. They're not covered under the EPA or CSU 52 or the Senior Officers Association, right? There are some that are contract.
I can answer that question, Councillor. Forgive me, I'm just pulling up my notes. Okay. We have 62 members of civilian management within the EPS, so they would definitely fall outside of the scope of CSU 52. We also have some non-management positions that fall outside of the scope of CSU 52, including, for example, folks who work in our labor relations branch.
Okay.
But by far, most of our civilian employees are captured by the CSU 52 collective agreement.
Okay, but I mean, there's some that are under contract, right? So the chief, and I think, is it the deputy chiefs, are they under contract as well?
So, I mean, it depends on what you mean by the word contract. There's no collective agreement governing the relationship between the deputy chiefs and their employment. Likewise, for civilians, there's a cadre of civilians that aren't members of a union that don't have their employment governed by a collective agreement.
So that's a total of 62 that aren't covered by collective agreement?
No, it would be more than that.
And then I'm also wondering what the dollar value is. I'm just wondering why we're adding this into the calculation as part of settling with the union.
Well, I think the theory of that was built into the discussion that came earlier from administration, where mandate is set by the city. and bargained for by the city when it comes to unions, which is why the city, I think, would bear the risk associated with those settlements coming in over what mandate was, or be able to share in the spoils if they came in under what mandate was.
And I understand that for the unionized, but were you looking up numbers and dollar amounts for me?
No, not dollar amounts, but in terms of the numbers that Justin was saying, is it's the City of Edmonton Management Association staff, and if they get an agreement, it's not a collective agreement, but if there is an increase within there, we'd likely go back to the city and say, can we get that outside of the funding formula? That might be a negotiation piece that we have to have, that it's managed within the funding formula, but any collective or agreement between where it's a cost of living for management, we would treat them similar to unionized positions.
So do all of our employees get cost of living adjustments?
So, well, actually, let me just, if I can just address one thing first, just for clarity. If and when, like when you settle CSU 52, the example that we ran through, we would do it again with the CSU 52 staff that work at police.
Right.
So I just wanted to be clear on that, and then maybe I'll defer your cost of living to either Mr. Corbold or Ms. Plouffe.
I'm going to stop here. I think we should follow that 20-second rule as much as possible.
I'm sorry.
Give 20 seconds at the last of your 5 minutes to have a response to your question, because we have many rounds of questions I hope we need to get through. All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I'd really like to dig in. So I think there's many strong aspects of this formula. I really appreciate the work that everyone here has put into it. I really wanted to dig into the question of using expenditures rather than tax-supported funding as the basis for calculating growth. So maybe just to clarify a few pieces of technical information. So I understand any new grants, whether they're one-time or ongoing, will be kind of zeroed out in the formula. What happens if an existing grant increases or decreases? I'm thinking of the $100,000 per officer grant, if that went up to $150,000, for example.
So there is, to my understanding is there is no per officer grant anymore. In the last two agreements between the province and police has been for a static amount of funding. And it hasn't increased. But your question is, if it increases, I believe that what we do is we neutralize for increases in external funding. So we back that increase out of the calculation of expenditures so that they don't get further growth on provincial funding.
But they still get growth on current provincial funding.
Yes, we started at what net expenditures were to date.
Okay. And then a similar question just in terms of fine revenue, for example. So that's another component of total expenditures. Are we paying growth on fine revenue increases?
So maybe I'll start with the reason we landed on expenditures is that if you're looking to provide stable and consistent service, it's the expenditure line that is the most important. So to the extent though that so I think what you're asking is if fine revenue went up and they were able to increase expenditures because that went up, I think they would get growth on expenditures. But if fine revenue went down, this formula does not step in and fill the void.
Well, not only does it not fill the void, I would argue that it compounds the trend, right? Because they would get a smaller amount. So if we think of an event like the pandemic where fine revenue drastically decreased, our contribution would also drastically decrease, not drastically, but our contribution would also go down because growth would be being calculated on a smaller number, right?
Not necessarily. If your fine revenue dropped, you would need, in this formula, you would need to see them make a corresponding reduction in expenses likely to people for that to be a true statement.
How could their expenditures not decrease if their revenues also decreased?
I agree. It is likely that that is, like, that will be the case, is if they're, but there are also, like, remember, there's a reserve mechanism, so it just might be, it might take some time for that to come to fruition. If you experienced a 1-year decrease in fine revenue, I'm not sure that the formula won't adjust for that immediately unless they make long-term adjustments to expenditures.
Right, and so that gets to another point, which is that, so I understand that the growth factors, the inflation and population growth factors are going to be trued up every 2 years. Are the budget actuals also going to be trued up every 2 years?
So I'm not sure what you mean by budget actuals.
So again, you know, we budget for 79 million in revenues. Let's say that becomes 85 instead of the 79 that's projected. Do we recalculate at that 2-year true-up point to reflect the actual expenditures, the actual revenues?
So just revenues are not a part of the calculation. It is expenditure only. So expenditure determines the growth they get. The growth is added to the tax levy amount, like the tax funding they got the previous year. So if revenues go down, they are forced to control their expenditures to balance to that bottom position. But like when we calculate growth and settlements and we add it to the tax funding they got in the last year, that's their bottom number. That's all they get. They have to balance revenues and expenditures to get to that number.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for all the work that's gone into this. Maybe I'll just dig into a few questions around items that would be outside of the formula, and maybe I'll direct this to the Commission first. Now, it specifies that the formula is not intended to provide funding for operating impacts of significant City of Edmonton capital projects that increase demand for policing. Can you provide some examples of what that might be?
The example would be like an annexation. I think we talked about LRT, but we don't know what the impact that would be, but annexation would be sort of a very obvious one.
Well, an annexation is a separate line that's specified, and understand that, but I'm wondering why there's a specific line that calls out significant City of Edmonton capital projects. Like that's, I just need clarity on what that means and what type of, things we might see come forward. And maybe administration can comment on that piece as well.
Councillor, I think the understanding the Commission has in discussions with the service are new transit lines typically will result in more calls for service to the police service, not a displacement, but a net new. Okay. So that's one potential example, but as it was discussed this morning or yesterday.
So new transit lines. What about like new BRT lines?
That's a great question, and I think based off yesterday's discussions, there would have to be some analysis made by the service presented to the Commission, and the Commission would need to be comfortable enough leveraging this part of the policy to come forward and asking for operating dollars to cover those.
What about like if a new area structure plan is approved? Not an annexation, but a new ASP?
That's a great question. I don't think, so the service has spoken to the Commission and said that service centers or leisure centers would likely not result in additional operating costs that over and above what they already have. The area structure plans, I'm unfamiliar with how, and I'm not certain the service would be familiar with how they could impact call volume.
Okay, so this is, thank you so much for these answers. This is a flag for me. My understanding of the formula is that, I mean, the examples I just gave and that you provided, those are factors associated with a growing city. You know, as our population increases, it's a reasonable expectation to see increases in transit service, you know, growth of communities. So, yeah, that's a concern. So I guess any additional thoughts on that? I thought that would have been included.
I have some thoughts I could
Yeah,
share,
please.
Councillor? I think what's important to understand is that the service package brought forward doesn't automatically get approved. It gets considered by council. So I think there's a whole other decision-making process about it. I would, my perspective on it is like a valley line would not be a good example because, you know, we are running buses up and down that route now. The design of the valley line is such that there's no things like pedways and lots of indoor space. I don't think it will significantly change the resources required. We'll probably have that discussion along the way, but you know, we already see that being incorporated into the 15 new police officers and the additional resources that the city has provided. So I don't think that's a great example personally. I think if like there was another, not that this is in any way a plan in the city, but say there was another big, huge arena on the west end that was being planned where, or if you were adding something like an exposition park or something like that, that would bring all sorts of, you know, thousands and thousands of people, that might be an example. But I think what's important to note is that council has control because they have, you know, there would be no other way for them to bring forward options. But yeah, so I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I have concerns around some potential double counting there and what types of packages might be brought forward that, from my perspective, should be covered under the formula as a consideration of a growing city. But I'll leave it at that. I only have 40 seconds, so I will govern myself accordingly and come back for another round.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. If I could just add, like, you know, the other example is like Yellowhead. When Yellowhead's renewed, I wouldn't expect that to change. When that infrastructure project is changed, I wouldn't expect it to change policing requirements, but it's a pretty major infrastructure capital, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. First, I just want to say, you know, I really think both administrations, you really took this task to hand and responded to the motion and really kind of dove in and really spliced and diced each of those pieces very thoroughly, in my opinion. Want to start with some clarification. So when we talk about the formula, we're talking about factor C. That is it's a very specific component.
Yes, that's like, if you remember back to that slide, there are two equations within this policy. The growth formula is the one on the right, and it informs the funding, which is the equation on the left.
Yes. There's definitely connections, but you know, strictly speaking, the factor C is really important for the discussion. It forms the bigger picture, but they're distinct though, and I think there's a bit of a conflation of the various factors in the equation itself. And then the factor A, which combines B plus C plus D, at least one of those components is not entirely within our control. I'm talking about the settlement piece. We could adjust for mandate, but the outcome of that oftentimes, you know, rests with negotiation. Correct?
That is correct. The city is the negotiator in this case, but you are correct. Like in the case of an arbitration, it's binding.
Yep, absolutely. And I think earlier, Mr. Mayor had asked a question about, you know, that disconnect, would it make sense for, say, EPS to be negotiating directly versus the city? And I just want to follow up on that. Is that even a possibility within, you know, the Police Act?
I will defer to your legal counsel for formal direction, but my understanding of the police officer collective bargaining agreement is there is a path for council to delegate off the collective bargaining to someone other than itself. But there's a whole series of considerations that the city would have to present to you on how that could impact all your other bargaining. You could bargain out of lockstep. There could be lots of divergence in outcomes.
Right, okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, we'd have to take that back, Councillor, thanks.
Yeah, for sure, it's not just as simple as saying, hey, let's, absolutely. And then I was wondering about, I guess, a few of the specific variables that was mentioned in this formula. That 30%, you offered a number of alternatives. The one that's the percent of EPS budget, the efficiency factor, that's what was used in the previous formula, right? That was the efficiency factor I.
Yeah, in the previous funding formula, what you essentially did is calculate an amount and then ask for an efficiency factor to reduce that amount.
Right now, we have the 30% in place of that, and
That's correct.
The alternative you're presenting is that either be replaced by that, but doesn't make sense to add these additional factors on top of 30%, is what I heard.
I think that's our position, is that you would be applying multiple layers of constraint.
Yeah, I think that recommendation makes sense. And then back to my earlier question about the truing up, wondering why is it every 2 years and why not every year? But I mean, we do get actual population growth and inflation factors every year. Wouldn't you need to know kind of the actual?
I think we'd always have a 1-year lag as part of the issue.
Oh, okay.
Like when we go to do the fall SOBA for 2024, we're not going to have the 2024 numbers. We're going to have actual 2023. And then I would just say administrative ease.
Okay, no, fair enough. And then that 30% ratio, back to the ratio, can you just like walk me through how you landed on that number? I understand it's very close to where we are right now, but, you know, is it looking back in history and, you know, how did you kind of?
Councillor, that number was arrived by taking the 2022 approved budget and taking the ratio of police expenditures over civic expenditures.
So
and in 2022, it was 30%.
So it's just for that 1 year, you didn't really look at a sort of historical ratio?
That's correct, for the 1 year.
Would that make sense, though, to look at the historical, look a bit of a trend?
I would say we didn't ignore historical. Police, the ratio was trending towards 30, but it hasn't been over 30.
Okay.
And so for us picking that, what we were trying to honor is what we heard from council, which is why does the police get to grow when we don't?
Okay, that sounds good. I have lots of questions on the attachment 4 and the private, but I'm happy to move into private when the time comes.
Okay, no worries. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to get clarity on one question, a line of questioning from one of my colleagues around the settlements. And can you give me a scenario with regards to the settlements and back pay? Because often we're negotiating, 2 to 3 years back, right? We're not negotiating from this point forward on several of the ones that affect this area. And I understand that if there's a settlement, it goes into the base. But does it retroactively go into the base? Like, are we going to be required to then compound that in years forward? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you do compound it in years forward. So if you settle.
Do you compound it years backwards? So like, let's say hypothetically it's a settlement from 2020.
Yeah, so maybe let me finish the whole thought, and I think I'll be able to answer your question. So if you settle previous years, then when we calculate retro pay, what we're going to provide to the police in terms of retro pay is what was your budget, what would your budget have been with the new collective bargaining agreement, so that you're adjusting their budgets, but that they're required to, if for example, overtime was twice as much as they expected to, they're responsible for the retro pay for variances in their line items. So, but if you settled at 1% in 2020, then in the year of ratification, that 1% adjustment to the budget comes in as factor D, and from that point forward, you're paying growth on that amount.
So it's only the year that it's settled, so we wouldn't go back and readjust factor D and say, okay, well, there's an extra $3 million we have to pay to the police for the funding formula.
That's correct.
For the last 2 years. Okay,
But that's because you're responsible for retro pay too.
But retro pay is one thing, I get it, I get that, I'm understanding that. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't creating an unintended loop, if you will, of then being on the hook for also additional funding formula amount, because technically the base budget in 2020 would have been 1% for those salary settlements, right? So if the D factor is only starting from when that settlement happens, that provides a little bit more comfort.
So sorry, I just want to make sure we're crystal clear on that, though. The D factor does include if you settled 1% in 2020, 1% in 2021, 1% in 2023, and we're calculating 2024, all three of those 1%
Yes.
are added to the base.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But what I'm concerned about, when I'm just trying to get
But I
crystal
don't give
clarity.
it, I don't say, here, oh, and here's your 1%.
Like if we
for-
settled 1% for 2020, let's just do the scenario, we settle 1% for 2020 right today, right? We're in 2023. We're not going to go back. I guess there was no, well, 2023, there was a funding formula in place, so we wouldn't go back to 2023 and then say the base budget changed for that.
Yeah, we don't calculate what they would have got had they had that in the year, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I got that clarity. And then the civic.
And if I could though, Counselor, the total amount in the new year would also compound for the percent ratio, right? The 30% as well.
Yeah,
So we'd
yeah.
also look at that factor. So you may, with that, you might get to a higher number faster.
Yeah, civic expenditures, what is in or out of scope of that calculation on the civic side? Like, so for example, is it like transit and waste have very different revenue sources than, let's say, parks and roads, which is 100% tax levy? So I'm just trying to get a sense of
So we're
what
also-
is in and out of that calculation of expenditures.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. So that's expenditure, not net operating requirement. So, and we're picking expenditure as the denominator because we've made a fundamental assumption that what we don't want to unintentionally do is erode service. So what is in that number is the expense budgets for the civic departments. So that is city op, like, it's on page 61 of the
Yeah.
budget. I don't want to list them all, but it's basically everything in city ops, everything in financial and corporate services.
But like, so for example, this is where it also gets a bit murky because, you know, we want to increase ridership. We want to increase our transit revenue. So is there an unintended consequence of if our transit revenue increases, ergo transit increases, but it's not on tax levy, that we end up paying more on tax levy for police? And those things are very uncorrelated, but we've kind of tethered them.
No, it's the same rule as it is for police, which is it's expenditure. So if you increase the fees to get a service level increase in transit, I'm picking up your expenditure, and that's what's going into the denominator, not the net of revenue number.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Cardinal.
So let's just pick up on that. So transit is $400 million. Revenue is $140 million. The tax is $280. You're attaching the expenditure of the police budget to the $400 million expenditure of the transit budget and other budgets like that.
That's correct.
You're taking all of those reductions in requirement for tax support out of it and comparing them at that top line.
Yeah, police expenditure, city department expenditure, because if I use net operating requirement, it starts to get clouded by
gets
all
weird.
of the things
Yeah.
of how revenue impacts.
Right. So we have the expenditure line. So first of all, I just want to confirm the calendar cycle of labor agreements. So I think right now we're negotiating an agreement that is 21, 22, 23. Is that correct? Yeah?
That's correct.
And so the next conversation will be about 24 and years beyond.
Correct.
Correct? So there's some presumption that we would get a settlement amount in one of the out years. Say, let's just presume it's 2025, that something gets settled and we have a catch-up in 24 and an in-year in 25 and maybe something else. Just all very hypothetical. If the budget in, let's use 2025, if the budget is right at or just a bit over that 30% ratio, and then we add a settlement, that settlement could take us over the 30% ratio, and then we're holding that static until the city budget catches up.
So the difference and the reason why you see D being outside of that right-hand side equation is you still need to give the money that is settled. So
Right.
they get the money that is settled, it's going to put them over. they're not gonna get growth in future years from the right-hand equations.
In effect, the growth is zeroed out until circumstances change, until the city budget effectively rises to a point where the ratios change.
That's correct.
So, all of that to say then, the police service plans to spend so much money. We do the math and give them so much tax dollars, which is, a net number. They may or may not spend that it's a budget. It's not, right? It's not an actual until the year is over. So let's say they don't spend all of that budget. There's a reserve piece in place currently, is there not?
The EPS currently has a reserve, and there's a reserve policy, and we don't think that we need to change that policy because of this. So if they overspend that bottom line, they're responsible to recover that over expenditure through their budgets in future years, and they can use the reserve to do that.
And if they underspend, then that goes into their reserve.
That's
their
correct.
reserve.
We won't ask for it back.
Right. Okay, so that makes sense to me. Now, going back then to the provincial grant number, if we are doing our comparisons and our ratios at the expenditure level, and we establish what the expenditure budget should be, and then we take what they're getting for revenue in year, if the provincial grant goes up, that means revenue goes up, that means the tax allocation theoretically could go down.
Yes,
if
but
the grant
I think so we've approached it as if you got, let's use the 50 police officers. If you get funding for 50 police officers, then your expenditure went up by 50.
Yeah.
We back that off so that you don't get growth on that. You don't get growth on what the province contributed to you in terms of new officers.
No, you only get growth on what you ultimately need in tax dollars to make the budgets match. So, this is weird to do like this, but I mean, we're going to get a step function increase in the expenditure budget with the addition of 50 police officers. But we're going to get no increase in the net tax requirement for that same budget because the province is filling that step function increase in expenditures, theoretically.
Yes, except remember, we back that off of the expenditures. We neutralize the expenditures for that number.
For how long?
Forever.
My time is up.
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on that really quickly, forever. So if the province is putting that money in, how long do they put it in?
So I feel like we're playing a bit of the what if game, so let me just try something here.
We don't have a lot more to go on than what ifs because we actually don't have access to how the budget is allocated for EPS or what the province decides to do.
So if you get the revenue equivalent to 50 officers and they add the 50 officers to the expense line, we neutralize the formula for that. We back it out. They don't get growth on that. If in a future year the province removes that funding, we don't fill the void. EPS must reduce the expenditures to come down to your bottom line that you've given them.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there. Okay, so population and inflation growth. That's generally how municipalities have looked at tax increases, and that's generally what I'm hearing we want to do to keep up with police budgets. But we don't do that. If we kept up with inflation and population growth for the 4-year budget, we'd be looking at 8 to 10% tax increase every year. So how does the formula actually keep up with those things if we as a council are not actually keeping up with those things?
So you're asking me sorry, I'm not sure I understood that question. I might need you to say it again.
I'll just say it again. If the goal, part of the goal with tying the police funding formula to 30% of our budget, and I heard this many times, was to keep up with population growth and inflation. But our budget, our city budget itself is not keeping up to population growth and inflation. Then I just don't see the connect there.
So with this formula, what you see us do is give growth on the personnel line so that the personnel line can keep up with the growth in population, inflation
but
on the non-personnel in line. But I think what you're ultimately getting to is the same thing Mr. Corbold alluded to earlier, which is every time you set a formula, that the formula is going to provide, in this case, growth and inflation to police. You may make different decisions yourself. You can set a similar formula for yourself, but if you don't like the outcome of population plus inflation for the rest of the city budget, but you've set everything by a formula, you're going to lose your flexibility over time. I think it works here because there's a different governance structure governing police overall.
And I guess my curiosity is, should we even be talking about tying funding to population growth and inflation growth if our actual real budgets don't do that? We are absolutely not anywhere near that amount.
Yeah, so sorry, maybe just like one more thing that I would add though is that the layering in of the 30%, what that actually triggers automatically is that if you control your growth to something under population plus inflation, over time that's going to place downward pressure on the growth component of this formula, and it's going to do it automatically.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just it's the concept of tying conceptually that growth to the formula. It just doesn't hold water with city budgets, is what I'm saying. But I'll move on. Something to think about because I don't have time, but I will come back and ask about what the commitment is, or can we even get a commitment to tie the formula with performance or results expectations with meaningful metrics, measures, and outcomes that the public can see. So I will be asking that question in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that is it for first round.
Happy to move second round.
Can you take the chair, please?
Yeah, I will take the chair before moving a second round.
I just need some confirmations on what is included in the formula if it's approved. It's my understanding that the Healthy Streets operation continuation into the future years, if that is their desire, the EPS cost of that is included or will be paid out of the approved formula. Can you confirm that for me?
That's correct. The funding that we receive right now from the CSWB fund from the city comes for 2023 and 2024.
Yeah.
At the end of that, with the approval of a funding formula, we would then manage the ongoing costs of salary and benefits for the employees.
For the EPS employees and city's contribution needs to be met through city resources, right?
That is correct.
Got it. Okay, that's good. It would be my understanding that any infrastructure that we build, new infrastructure that city builds to accommodate the population growth, for example, say LRT or a rec center or a library or expansion of a roadway system or a bus system, whatever that additional policing resources are required to police those new infrastructure or enhancements to infrastructure would be filled, would be provided through the existing funding formula if it's approved.
That is my understanding, Mayor.
Absolutely. Okay, because if you're funding population growth and then we're building infrastructure to accommodate that population growth, whether it's neighborhood growth, area structure plans within the existing boundaries of the city or expansion of the LRT.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
But also, in this, the commission would have the opportunity, if they felt that it wasn't part of just normal growth and there was an exemption, like there was a special reason they thought, they could come to council with a package.
I have issues with that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, but
if
that's-
we
I
are
just wanna be
approving this
clear.
formula with understanding that we are basing it on population growth and infrastructure required to accommodate that population growth should be policed through existing formula. I don't want to have that ambiguity because, again, it becomes a battle between whether police and council wants to fund police or not. I don't want to have that situation, and I need absolute clarity on that. How do we ensure, maybe this question is to the commission, we can't direct you where the resources are allocated. But what I hear from communities, from business leaders, everywhere I go, that we are lacking boots on the ground. That people want to see more police presence in their community, in business district areas, and all that. I understand what I heard in the previous presentation, that that is your goal, and you will do that by whether hiring more civilians to fill those positions and free up policing resources. I need certainty, I need some sort of assurance from Commission that we will see, with the approval of this formula, more boots on the ground, that people feel safe, or at least see more police officers.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out who can answer that well. It's just it's a very difficult question to answer that directly produces more officers. The ratio is 1 to 2, and so in theory that ratio would continue, but to some of the earlier conversations, we want to respond to our community need, and that may mean officers, that may mean something else.
It could be help team.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground is visibility out there in the community. Maybe it's to service.
I mean, 80% of the expenditure goes to human resources, and 2/3 of that is officers. I don't know if you want to add anything, or the service wants to add anything. When it comes, we have a conversation with the service about what is this money going to be used for, how is it going to look. Our emphasis has been on greater presence, more community policing, and the service has responded well to that. You heard about an additional 60 officers sort of going to the front line, so that's been the trend.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think the chair summed it up quite aptly. Like, we are doing everything we can to put police resources in the community. That's our goal. We want to be policing in the right spaces that's going to maximize the resources that we have, the people we have, so that Edmontonians feel safe.
Okay, maybe I'll come back for the second round, because I just need more firm. I'm out of time. I'll move the second. Is there someone at the bottom that I don't see that haven't had a first round yet? Maybe not. I'll move the second round.
Second?
Please vote. I didn't hear who seconded that, unfortunately.
Councillor Tang.
Oh, Councillor Tang. Wonderful. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Second round. Here we go. I think Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I would love to hear maybe a more detailed answer to your question, but I'll let you out that again in the second round. But just to note, I feel like that answer was maybe incomplete. I'm going to focus on a few other areas. So this is a little bit to the commission where I got to leave off, is just wanting to make sure there is still that ongoing and consistent body of work around how we ensure we're working on efficiencies. It's something that every other department in the city of Edmonton is expected to do each and every year. For most of my time on council, there's actually been a report in the budget document that shows the actions that have been taken. So I just wanted to, I hear some of the changes that have been made, and that's encouraging. I want to just get a sense from you as to what else could you do? For example, I think in the last 11 years, there's only been 2 audits done by our city auditor of Edmonton Police Service. One was a payroll audit and one was a staffing audit. I'd like to see, and that last one was 2017. Is there an openness from the commission to use the great expertise of our audit office to help ensure that you're doing everything possible to stay efficient with the money that's being spent?
So the commission does a series of audits. There's an audit plan that's presented to us. We ensure that the things that we want to get audited are audited. The service does a lot of efficiency work. The big difference is when those efficiencies are found, they're shuffled within the service, as opposed to the city, which can deploy them to different departments. My understanding is that council can ask for information and then have the auditor conduct an audit. I don't think we feel like our service is under audited, but we would.
So that's maybe, sorry to cut you off. I really do apologize. I just want to, I appreciate that you do audits as the commission using the resources you have. In terms of the oversight the council has, our city auditor is the one that gets to report to audit committee and thereby council by extension. And so I guess what I'd like to understand is if there's any openness to using the resources that report to council and audit committee to ensure that you can show everyone, because I truly believe you're doing that work. But I'm going to use a quote of an old colleague of mine of the trust but verify. And so is there an openness to maybe, it's been 6 years since the last city audit, to say, hey, if we're really going to show people that we're working hard to be diligent on this, we want to use all of the resources available to us.
Yeah, if there's a mechanism that exists to do that, absolutely. There's an extremely strong desire on the commission's part to be as transparent as possible. We're in a space where that public trust has been eroded, and so anything that can earn back more trust in the system, I think, is really important. So yeah, if there's a reasonable mechanism to do that, if there's a willingness on both sides to figure it out, for sure. Whatever gets us closer to that goal.
Perfect. And I think it's, part of this work of OP12 that we're doing organization-wide, I think having our city auditor be involved and again, the expertise of that entire audit office could help us further advance that discussion, because I guess this is the other question I have, and this goes maybe to Ms. Padbury. And Councillor Tang had asked a great question around that 30%. And so clarifying, we haven't gone back, say, the last 20 years and looked at what the historical ratio is. We use solely 2022 to help inform that 30%.
We used 2022 to determine setting the 30%. We have gone back and looked at the trending over time. And I believe that 30% was sort of the maximum number. So we started there on the basis that we would limit their growth to match in alignment with the city, but we wouldn't go back to a point in time and force them into a different ratio that would require a cut.
Yeah, and so I wonder, as part of the OP12 conversation, whether to Ms. Padbury, to Mr. Corbold, is that, should we be looking at that historical trend? And because if we're talking about community safety and well-being, and we're using essentially the maximum ratio that we've had, what does that mean for other community safety and well-being initiatives in the city?
So it's hard for me to piecemeal out the community safety and well-being component, because that's something that we've been talking about in recent years, but there's a component of the city budget that I would argue could always fit in that category. I think one of the things that you just also have to be cautious of is budgets grow because inflation and population, but civic budgets grow in response to service expectations and needs of the population. And so you may have in fact grown something on the civic side. If we went back far enough, for example, you wouldn't find the same number of rec centers. And that rec center number has grown your line too. And so we were just trying not to be arbitrary. We were trying very much to follow what we thought we heard, which is they shouldn't get to grow faster than we grow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Thanks very much. I want to follow up again on expenditures versus tax-supported funding. So my understanding is that when we are using the growth factors, so the population and the inflation growth factors, we are multiplying those against expenditure, not tax-supported funding for current year. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that one more time.
So when we are multiplying, so we're using population growth rate to multiply against a number to get the amount of growth.
Yeah.
That number that we're using is not tax-supported funding, it is expenditure.
That is correct.
And as part of that expenditure, that includes what I see in a line on attachment 4 is EPS total revenue. So it's EPS total revenue plus our tax-supported funding.
So I think we have the revenue line just to show you what their budget looks like, but we just, that number, that growth number is calculated from expenditure, and it's added to the tax levy funding that they got next year, and that's the bottom line of their budget. And if their revenue goes down, they got to manage it.
So what does expenditure include? It includes tax-supported funding and...
Expenditure is expenditure. It is what you plan to expend on personnel, materials, anything that you need to deliver a service. It's not net of any revenue. The only thing that it may net is interdepartmental charges.
So in my mind, the formula was to help inform us what our tax allocation growth or contribution should be each year. And so I really understand, or I really, follow the logic of having what we provided in taxes this year. How much should we increase that for next year? And using population and inflation makes total sense to me. When we use expenditures, though, we're applying those growth factors on things outside of our control and outside of what our tax-supported funding is.
When you use expenditures, you're pegging your increase to a consistent service level. And when we use net operating requirement or revenues, expenses net of revenues, you start to cloud the service level discussion in a who pays for what funding and where discussion.
But if the service level is not 100% based on tax funding, then we're paying growth on factors that are outside of our control.
So remember, you're growing the funding
service
on the basis of expenditures, but you're adding it to the tax levy that you've given them before. You're adding it to the net.
Sure, but the addition that you're making is based on a number that's larger than the tax revenue.
That's correct. It's based on the 495, if I remember my numbers correctly.
So
let's just think about what the difference in that would be too. Like you're talking about, because revenue for police is fines and it's government grants. And so you're talking about a 2% of the delta, which I think is probably about $70 million, so 2% of $70 million. This, to me, calculating on the net operating requirement gets us into a territory where the decisions are arbitrary and they're not directly linked to the service that's being provided. And we're just mindful that it made sense to link to the service that's being provided. Because otherwise, and I think this happens all across the city, is when you try to manage the tax levy, if you have a particular number in mind, you can, and you're not willing to accept inflation plus population, you are knowingly eroding a service level.
And Yeah, and I think the way I'm seeing it is that we would not be eroding the tax-funded contribution that we are making to police service. But we'll follow up on another round. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wright, next.
Thank you very much. I'm just back to my other question, as far as how much of that personnel cost is non-union?
We have approximately 70 employees at the Edmonton Police Service who are not members of the EPA SOA or CSU 52.
Okay, but we don't have a dollar figure? I'm just wondering why it's calculated in there, you know, as part of settlements and that, when really it's nothing that's going to be settled.
Well, it depends on $10 million a year in those salaries is what I'm told just now.
Oh, for the 70, I think you said?
yeah.
Okay.
Salaries and benefits.
Because I was considering a motion to pull that part out of, but that's, I guess, peanuts compared to the.
Yeah, most of our employee base is members of collective bargaining.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, I know there is some challenge with recruitment in that, and so there's been some gaps in resources. So, but that doesn't mean that there's extra money that's been floating around. You had to pay officers overtime, right?
That's right. Our overtime budget has been spent. We're overspent in overtime, and it's offsetting or defraying any sort of gains that we have in the sort of budgeted personnel dollars.
Okay. And then, Ms. Padbury, I guess, the 2-year adjustment, what year would that start? Would it be 24 or 25? Or
I think ultimately what we would design it to do is when we have this all functioning effectively, you'd set the budget at the beginning of the 4-year cycle, and you would do a true-up mid-year. Or
mid-cycle?
Mid-cycle, yeah.
So
that's the cadence we would like. I'd have to think about what that means if you set this formula and there's only 3 years left. I think what we would do is we'd adjust it 2 years from now, and then we'd have a 1 year in there, make sure that we started the next budget cycle from the right place.
So we'd go 25, 26?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Give it a chance to work, I guess, hey? And then I'm concerned with service packages coming forward as well. I think you've said the HSOC will be absorbed within this formula. Yesterday, we were told, I think by Mr. Hunter, that the LRT for South had also been accounted for. Yes? No?
Yeah, Councillor, we, as part of the joint transit team that is governed by the police, the city, and Bent Arrow, we have talked a lot about enhancing transit safety on the new Valley line as compared to the original plan when it was first designed. So that is underway. We have not had a conversation about whether Valley line would trigger a service package, but as I've indicated, I don't see that being a reason to, given the enhanced safety plan we have, and given the design of that Valley line, and given all the other resources we're putting into transit safety. But that's my perspective. Yeah.
Because I'm expecting or anticipating that this funding formula will take care of it all. And we don't have to keep coming back and hashing it all out. Did I have any other ones? We talked about the audit. Oh, and the audit, is that like a financial audit that we can ask for? Or is it like, resources, or what sort of audits have been done?
So historically, it was, as one of the councillors mentioned, there was an overtime audit and then there was a staffing audit. Both of those audits were clearly within what council can request under the Police Act and your bylaw, which related to financing and efficiency. So going forward, you could duplicate either one of those 2 audits or find a different theme. We would work with your team here to assess what other topics could fit within what's permitted by the legislation.
Okay. I think that's all I've got.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just pick up where I left off. I guess I'd be looking for for an answer and maybe reaction from the commission and the service around what you heard from the city manager regarding the operating impacts of capital projects. Are we on the same page? That would be, considered a part of growth. Do you anticipate that service packages are going to be brought forward?
So right now, at this moment in time, our conversations have been no, that this would eliminate the need for service packages around things that have to do with growth. The only scenario that we've discussed that we think a service package would be helpful would be something the province does. So some change in legislation that requires the city to now do this. We have this additional burden, we need more people to do it, but it would be, so the body cameras is an example where the province has now said officers have to have body cameras. They've not committed to paying for that, but it's a requirement. And so that may be something that we need to talk to council about. But,
right.
But the growth scenario, no. Our conversation has been that with this funding formula, service package needs would be eliminated.
Right, and the example you just gave around legislative requirements that are coming down from the province is specifically outlined as well as one of those items. I guess how would you feel about an amendment to remove reference to operating impacts of City of Edmonton capital projects?
I would be fine. I mean, we haven't had the conversation, so as our spokesperson, I mean, that's what we were anticipating, is that we would not be coming forward with service packages if there was some extraordinary occurrence within the city. Our position was to go back to the service to say, can you deal with this within the existing envelope? So I don't think we've had a conversation about the LRT, but again, without any analysis, we don't know what the impacts of these things might be. I think, and I don't, the city probably wants to speak to this, but I think they're trying to ensure that there were more tools in the tool belt if needed for some extraordinary reason, and that taking tools out of the tool belt may come back to bite us and you. But we do not anticipate coming forward with service packages for expansion.
Does the service have any response to that piece?
The service wants to reserve the ask for service packages for exigent circumstances, right? It's not as though we are planning a service package ask right now, nor would we come without exhausting all options. To the city manager's point, there was a long conversation yesterday about transit safety and the investments that are being made. We're not going to be speculative when it comes to asks. We want to make sure that any ask comes based on evidence and need, and not to exhaust council in going from funding formula to package to package to package.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Maybe just jumping to some of the questions around boots on the ground, and I'm sure others will dig into this, but I also am hearing from constituents, community, businesses, main streets, that there is a desire for additional boots on the ground, and that is, I guess, expectations around that are not necessarily being met right now. So looking for some further elaboration on the commission's, I guess, perspective on that first. Is that what you are hearing as well? And does this formula provide us some degree of surety that we will see that?
So there will be more boots on the ground, but what we mean by ground, I think, is where we're a little bit different. So it is all about community safety and well-being for us, and if that means officers on every corner, that's what it means. If it means officers doing activity that's not as visible but does make our city safer, then those officers being on every corner, that's what we've encouraged the service to do. So find the formula that makes our city safer, and that mix is what we've asked them to do. It doesn't necessarily translate into visibility, but it's our belief that it translates into a safer city.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Just so I have absolute clarity in my understanding of this ratio number. So this is, we're talking about factor A plus, because A is B plus C plus D, and on top of that, the revenue from grants and fines, et cetera. that's the this is on the second to last slide. The example number you used was 517, and that's the A plus the revenue.
No.
Okay.
So 517 is the green box on that slide. It's expenditures.
Right, yes.
Plus the impact of the funding formula.
Plus
The impact of the settlements.
Right, but the green box is a result of the tax supported plus the grants.
No, the green box is expenses.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Gross expenses, not net of revenues.
Okay. Thank you. Back to the 30%, the ratio. So in your attachment 4, say in 2026 where it exceeds the 30%, is that adjustment for 0? That's the funding formula C for 0. Is that automatic, or is that how much you adjust so it comes back down to 30?
It's the amount, we adjust it to bring it back in line with 30. And so there will be, depending on how far you overshoot 30%, there could be years where the entire thing is wiped out and they get no growth.
Right.
But there could be years where it just reduces it by a smidgen to get it back under the ratio back in line.
Gotcha. I think I had this assumption that it was like an automatic 0, but that's not necessarily the case. So thank you for.
It's an automatic
adjustment,
yes. But not an automatic 0.
Right, right. Thank you. And for the D, also in attachment 4, this, again, these are illustrative numbers, so no one should take these numbers at face value, but the 3.8, the 1% assumption, that is encompassing of all 3 union settlement, correct?
It's encompassing of, like, in theory, it's encompassing of the entire collective, the personnel adjustment that's needed. But it's a hypothetical number.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear, but it's meant to capture 1%
right.
increase to that personnel line as a result of salary settlements.
Right. But as we've heard, personnel, there's, different buckets and there's different negotiating tables. And then with the, and typically, how long, typically settlements happen every few years because these things take time, correct? So that's why we do the retroactive and there's time to catch up.
I'm not sure there's a typical, Counselor.
Thanks. Yes, okay. There's no typical, but they're not usually resolved in like immediately or in a year. I guess it's.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And then in the true up, when we talked about the population growth and the inflation, 2 years will adjust for the actual number. Does the true up also include the actual settlement then, as best as we can, like if we do have those?
So settlements always come in factor D. So if you have a settlement, that's how it gets in the formula. The true up is really on those 2 percentages, the growth percentage and the inflation percentage. So if we said inflation was 1% and it turned out to be 2, we would true it up and give them the money it would have been as if it was 2.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to leave it there for now, but thank you for answering some of the mechanics I had.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify that, if you said inflation was 1%, turned out to be 2, you would true that up. Are you talking about economic inflation or the inflation of the city budget?
No, it's the inflation as defined in the policy, and maybe I'll just defer to Malap to explain exactly what that is.
Yeah, so that's the non-personnel inflation calculator.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Okay, so my understanding to the commission that if council goes forward with the funding formula, we'll be the only city with a funding formula, yes?
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, so how will we measure success?
So, sorry, my answers are starting to blend together here. Success is measured with the commission in a number of steps. So the big one is compliance with their budget formula. So the service is expected and required to come in on budget over the course of their 4-year budget cycle. The commission also has an employee in the form of the chief. The chief has a performance agreement. There are things that are set out for the chief that have to be achieved in year. The commission meets with the chief regularly to ensure that he's on track with his performance agreement commitments. There's the strategic plan, which sets out the broad strokes of what the commission and the service, how they want to proceed going forward delivering services. There's the business plan, the corporate reporting framework, and all culminates in the annual report that you'll be seeing here in the next few months as an annual report.
I'm going to interrupt you there. How is the public going to be able to measure success?
Also by looking at those documents, which are available on the commission's website.
Okay, so I got to interrupt you again. It's the public experience and public expectation, right? They want safe downtown, safe LRT, safe Chinatown, safe communities. They expect to see with their dollars results. Will they see these results?
So there is reporting on the effectiveness of the HSOC investment. There is ongoing reporting on the effectiveness of the transit investment. And the commission is hoping, will be seeing soon, the return on investment for the move to the 10 squad model that we talked about earlier.
So there is a difference between reports and what the public experiences, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So is there an openness then for the public? If we go ahead with this funding formula and provide that surety, is there an openness then to open up the budget and to create targets, metrics, outcomes that the public can actually look at and say, yes, my dollars are being well spent?
So,
because right now they don't have access to that, so they don't know.
Well, they have access to them, so Council, they do have access to them when they presented the outcomes to the commission at our public meetings. But if you,
well, I just have to look at the city budget. It is completely open. Everything is available to the public so that there's no confusion. There's a transparency there so that we can build trust. Can we get that from the commission as well?
So last spring, the commission changed what is released to the public on their budget formula, on their budget reporting. So if you look pre-spring last year to what is currently on the commission website, there's a much broader spreadsheet on financial spending, which is released by the commission. So there's been a large significant shift in what's shared with the public. I think it's not as comprehensive as the 100-page document that the city budget has every 4 years. But the metrics are built into the new programming that the commission hears from the service. They're measured on a program basis. There was some suggestions through a Safer for All report last year about moving into performance metrics to, I think, what you're speaking on. Those metrics, the commission is open to metrics. The commission is open to ensuring that the money is that they spend has appropriate value and return on investment. But fine-tuning what those metrics are is the trick. Having the right metrics to ensure you're measuring the right things. Some of the suggested metrics from last year were probably more more input.
Yeah, we need meaningful metrics. I agree. So would the commission then, as Councillor Knack alluded to, be open to the public, and that's arm's length from administration, for the city auditor to take a look at those finances so they can go back to the public and say, yes, your dollars are being well spent.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's
quick one.
definitely the goal.
Okay. All
Mr.
right.
Mayor,
So
can I jump in on this one here, Mr. Mayor? I just see some questions.
can you speak up to close to the mic, Michelle?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just hear some questions kind
And
of around.
identify yourself, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette. It's Michelle Plouffe here. Just a reminder that council has a second type of role in relation to the commission.
So I think utilizing the members that you appoint on the commission to ask some of these questions, and if you're looking for performance metrics, that kind of thing, you've got commission members as well that we should be utilizing to start to push these conversations at that table. So, you know, I see some of the council members and Mr. Mayor, you kind of asking around council's role, but you have a role in appointing members as well who have a direct relationship.
Yeah, thank you. With that, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So, thank you for your answer to Councillor Salvador's questions around expectations around any expenditures related to capital projects. And so I'm assured by that answer. But there was one thing that raised further flag for me, which the reference to the body cameras. I know you were just using that as a reference, but province has committed to fully fund those body cameras, right? So any legislative, if there's unforeseen future legislative changes, I can understand those coming as a service package, right? It is not my expectation that body cameras would be one of them. Am I understanding, is my understanding correct, Mr. Corbold, or to service?
So that's certainly what I've understood in speaking to the province, is with that, they were going to fund that, but.
Yeah, because if they're not, then I think there will be a position from the service and from the commission that any legislative changes being implemented should also be coming, the corresponding cost to pay for those should be coming from them, at least ask a part of advocacy instead of just accepting them as a legislative. So I just wanted to flag, like, that's not my understanding, right? But I want to come back to my earlier question at the end of my last round, and I'll ask them in a way that I'm not delving into I know your commission is responsible for, accountability on part of the service, and you're accountable to, commission is accountable to council. So what we have in front of us today, the formula being proposed, three main, very important organizations, EPS, Police Commission, and our administration agree on it, right? You're presenting jointly to us. I need that answer in public forum.
Yes.
Okay. So missing part is this council. If this council gives approval to this formula, can I be certain, or can I say to public, look, we have given EPS all the necessary resources that they need to deploy all the necessary tools that they want to deploy to improve safety in our city?
Yes, yes. I just wanted them to nod their heads too, but yeah, we've asked for the dollars we think are required to provide Edmonton with the service that they expect. And so the funding formula ensures that that level of service is maintained.
Okay.
I would agree with that. We've worked with our commission in terms of presenting a budget that we believe that will be able to provide Edmontonians with fair and adequate policing, so this would be the direction. But if I may, sir, to talk to your other point about frontline visibility, as a service, regardless if council approves this formula or they don't, we've already made that commitment in terms of wanting to see more boots on the ground. We have collapsed different units in order to have the 10 squad model, as Mr. Crickler has alluded to. I can go more, but I don't want to take up.
No, absolutely, and I appreciate that, because there's a lot of anxiety out there. Like, we have seen gang violence going up. We have seen, kind of random shootings in our city increasing. We have seen attacks, random attacks on people. We have seen more drug dealing, and we have seen toxic supply of poisonous drugs being dumped into our community. And there's a lot of anxiety out there in the public. I just want to make sure that I have the confidence that I can say, we are taking it, that we are doing whatever we can, that we're giving you the necessary resources to I know it's a complex issue, it won't improve tomorrow, but you got the resources necessary.
Yes, and I think you could also tell the public that our service is becoming increasingly innovative and that this funding formula allows for that, so that we're moving into more preventative work. We're doing innovations that address issues like gang members, and if there's an opportunity to talk about Y50 here at some point, you'd see how we're making very smart investments that will address crime. That's why I was a little hesitant on the visibility, because I think we've encouraged really smart investments that may not necessarily be seen in the public, but are felt by the public.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that. Okay, I will move the third round.
Second.
All right, we have a third round moved by Mayor Sohi and second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next was, I think Councillor Knack was next up? Or who was it?
Yep,
Councillor
no more
Steven-
questions from
Councillor-
me,
Councillor
Mayor, sorry.
Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
We're easily confused. So I hear the rationale for using expenditures is to avoid an erosion of service. Maybe I'll just provide our delegation a moment. There we go. So
Sorry.
using that, no, that's quite all right. There's a lot of moving pieces. So using expenditures is a way to avoid an erosion of service.
That's correct.
And yet the formula is also predicated on us being okay with the erosion of service if a new grant is at some point discontinued. We would allow that erosion of service to happen and the formula won't pick up that slack.
That's correct, and I think that is predicated on the assumption that you got that funding from a grant came for a specific need. And if that need isn't going to be continually funded appropriate over time, they're going to have to find ways to either absorb that or stop doing that need.
So those seem like contradictory principles to me. To, on the one hand, say that we're going to use expenditures so we avoid the erosion of service on existing expenditures that we have now, but we won't apply that same logic to any future growth in expenditures based on other grants.
So I think we came at this from who should bear the risk of that. So I think what we ultimately decided on a compromise position is if you get funding from an external party, province, whoever, that funding then can increase the expenditures, and we would consider growth on those, and we would back out the growth on those expenditures.
Except for existing grants.
That's correct, because we started from a point where we said current funding is the right envelope to start with.
Yeah.
It's the right base level of funding to start with.
Yeah, and not tax-supported funding. Overall expenditure is the right place to be starting from.
That's correct. That's where,
Yeah.
that was our assumption.
Yeah, and I think that will continue to be a disconnect for me. So what would exploring using tax-supported funding look like? Like what level of analysis would that require from you and your team?
So I think we'd need to take it away and look at that, because I'd want to make sure that we didn't do any unintended consequences. But I would say that is what the old formula did. The old formula started with net operating requirement and gave population plus inflation.
Okay. Okay, well, that's very helpful, and I think I'll just reflect on that a little bit.
Sorry, if I may, the other complexity that actually is a bit challenging there is then I do have to rework the entire formula because I have no way to split out personnel now. Like, one of the reasons that we went to expenditure was then we could do one thing for personnel and another thing for non-personnel. I have a very hard time doing that if we're talking about net operating requirement.
But couldn't we just do that on a ratio basis? So take net operating requirement and multiply it by 0.82? So if we know that 82% of expenditures are personnel and 18% are non-personnel, we could just apply that.
Less direct, more confusion. Like, my arguments would be less direct, potentially more confusion over time. And it gets you away from the source of what we're trying to do. I'm trying to keep everything that we do justifiable.
Yes, and for me, I think it's eminently justifiable to come up with a way to grow what we currently provide in tax over time. But I'll reflect on maybe where to go from here. I just wanted to pick up on some earlier questioning. So I heard that cost of living increases for non-union salaries would be brought forward to the city to be addressed outside of the formula. Is that administration's understanding? Or we only do settlements, like formal union settlements?
I think we would encompass all of them in here. And because if you don't, and for police, it's a very small number of employees, but if you don't, what you do is create issues of compression over time. But a very high percentage, and I don't want to speak for them, but a very high percentage of their employee base is unionized, whether it's CSU 52, EPA, or EPSOA.
Okay, thank you. It's my time.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We are close to 3 o'clock, and we're going to be taking a break about 3:30 for 15 minutes. And if I look at about 5 minutes each for speaking, if everybody speaks, right? So I think just cognizant of the time that in order to kind of conclude this item by 5 o'clock, say, if I would encourage that we focus on questions that have not been asked or clarifications or anything else other than wearing into bigger issues. So I would encourage us to do that, and I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Just one outstanding question. So administration doesn't recommend adjusting the ratio until OP12 is complete. Got that. Just wondering, what are the potential paths forward once OP12 is complete, and what types of adjustments does administration anticipate? Just wondering why that was specified.
I think what we're doing is leaving a window for us to revisit in the event you made some large-scale operating decisions as part of OP12. In either direction. You entered a service that you don't currently enter, then maybe we need to make that ratio something different, or you discontinue a service that you currently do.
Okay, and would that, would that conversation naturally come forward once OP12 is done?
Yeah, I think so, and at the absolute latest, like every policy we rewrite is required to be looked at every 4 years.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councillor Tang.
Great. That was actually one of my questions. So, back to the ratio. One more outstanding question, just so I'm really clear. You use sample numbers, and therefore illustration purpose, crystal clear. But in reality, I'm sorry, the attachment 4 talks about exceeding the 30% in 2026, but in reality, we could arrive at that sooner than later. And then that will automatically trigger the adjustment.
That's correct.
Thank you. And I think the final thing, I just need to get that neutralization piece. You know what? It's okay. I think I'll just keep dwelling on that. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so maybe to legal, just if you don't mind clarifying your point earlier. I'm not sure where I was stumbling.
About the commission membership, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, because we were talking about transparency for the public, the potential of maybe having city auditor take a look so that the public can say, okay, yeah, that was a third party. We can be okay with all those numbers so that everyone just gets on the same page. But there is a concern about that.
No, I didn't comment on that piece. I think that was Mr. Barker, but my comment was just simply that I think as council members are asking about performance metrics and the like, just reminding council that, you're appointing commission members who have a direct impact on that conversation, or hearing what council's saying and can influence that discussion.
Right. So we wouldn't go to EPS and say, give us that information or maybe consider doing this. We would go to the commission. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, my questions were directed to the commission. So I just wanted to make sure I was on the right side of things. And so, yeah, so to the commission, we ended up on that question, but we didn't really have time to explore that. So the way I'm looking at this, just so you can answer the question, is that if this is approved, it'll be the only one the only city in Canada doing this. We need to find a way to know whether it's a success. So we need to be able to measure that. And part of that measurement will be, in my mind, that the public can take a look at the budget and agree that it's well spent because it is their money. And the public can take a look at meaningful metrics, targets and outcomes, and say that makes sense, and I can see where things were met and where things were not met. And that way a future council can take a look at the funding formula and say whether or not it is something that makes sense going forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would just add a little bit more context to my answer of yes. So the service does have a corporate performance management framework. There are a lot of metrics in there on police resources, activities, deployment, crime, victimization, trust and confidence in the police service. And I think this is an area that our service is taking extremely serious, which is the confidence that the public has. The police perception survey in Edmonton is comfortably the most robust that I think any of us have come across. And they do want to ensure that the public have confidence in the service. So if you wouldn't mind commenting on that perception survey and what it's saying about our service.
Okay, but my question isn't about public perception in their confidence in EPS. It's about their confidence in a budget being well spent and that there is an actual plan that they can look at and measure as we go along.
So I mean, we are working to ensure that as much as possible is shared with the public through either our information mechanisms or the service mechanisms. I think that perception survey, though, is very relevant in that that's how we know whether or not the public feels those things. I mean, we can have them, but if people aren't feeling that it is good value for money, then it kind of doesn't matter that we've put out that information. So I do think the perception survey is how we ensure that the public is confident in both our service and how they are spending the dollars that council allocates to policing.
And if I may, Councillor, and Carrie here, the perception survey, we made a change in 2020 to go even in deeper depth regarding the gauging public's confidence in terms of the efficacy of our efforts. So not just perception, but how they feel we're performing. And some of the questions that we do ask now that we weren't doing before is questions around resolving crimes where violence is involved, responding quickly to calls for assistance. Do they feel that the police exceeds their authority? Overall job of police within your community. So when we work with our commission, we have our strategic plan that we build a commission. The next level is a business plan of the actions that we're going to do within the year. That gets folded up into an annual report that we bring to our commission, and then the commission now will be bringing to council. Those will be measures in terms of our effectiveness with the money that's allocated from the council. But we also make sure that we are able to compare year after year after year how the public is receiving that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I think this has been a really fulsome presentation. But I'm hearing the tension that Councillor Paquette is talking about with respect to how you demonstrate accountability. And, I'm inclined to remember that until about 2019, 2020, there was one single driver of accountability and whether or not the police service was doing its job. And perhaps, Mr. Crickler, you'll remember what that single metric was up until like 2019, 2020.
Are we talking about response times?
Yeah, and but it was only one type of response.
Yeah, I think that it was historically the focus of the police service to respond to priority one calls within 7 minutes, 80% of the time, if I recall.
Yeah, and I'm not an expert in police operations, but Mr. O'Carey, is that in any way reflective of the quality, satisfaction, actual work that the police are doing?
Absolutely not. I think I would say that people would always want you to get there quicker, but in terms of the work that we do with our commission, I think there is more value in me being able to tell you that someone who was a call for service is not a call for service anymore, or we have extended the amount of time before they've had interaction with the justice system, and that's the shift that we've been making with our reporting.
Right. So thank you for that. Now, Mr. Antman and Mr. Barker, I know you're newer to the police commission, but you're nonetheless familiar with sort of police accountability. But that 2019-2020 area also corresponds to a change in how the police were budgeted in the city of Edmonton, correct?
Correct, Councillor. So prior to 2019, the budget process was not as robust as it was last year. So last year, the commission brought in 2 consultants to collect information from the public on what they felt should go into their policing budget, what should be funded, what should not be funded. How can you tell if a police service is overfunded or underfunded? And that information was considered by the commission. There was an in-person consultant that did that same work. The commission spent 3 full days with the service to do a deep dive on every element of the budget, so they understood where the money was lined up within the current allocations. And then in September, October, November, had a number of robust discussions with the service on ensuring that their asks were aligned with the strategic plan that was developed and approved in concert with the commission, and then deciding what to present to you for consideration last fall. So it's a very different, more robust, I would like to say best practice now. No other city in Canada went through that process for this.
And thank you for that. And historically, I'm going back to EPS, historically, when we had those budget conversations pre-2018, and we wanted to talk about improving the quality of service, what would happen? If we wanted to maintain that single standard of 7-minute response time, what was the mechanism by which the police would maintain that?
So my recollection, albeit limited because of my time pre-2018, was police per population.
Police per population. So I think about the annexation conversation, which was one of the last service packages that council heard, last council. And I remember the chief of police at the time sitting in front of us and saying, well, we're going to need a service package because you've increased the population, and therefore, if you want to maintain 7-minute response times, we need more money. And so it was a 1-to-1. Cannabis was being legalized, more money. So it was based on literally boots on the ground, 7-minute response time, tranche of money. Do you see, back to Mr. Antman and Mr. Barker, do you see that specific correlation here now? Do you see that sort of line of or do you think that the metrics outlined in the policing standards, the strategic plan, allow, albeit it's fresh, allow residents and council alike to have a more nuanced understanding of the work and impact of police and police funding in their community?
So from my perspective, Councillor, the commission has asked for the service, and the service is delivered in smarter investment. So I think they're getting more of a return on investment. The chair spoke about Y50, investing in youth before they come into frequent contact with the justice system is a better investment for people and resources than call response for that youth group. There's lots of programs and services enacted over the last 4 years that give you, in my view, a better return on investment than simply deploying more officers to the front line.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for all the questions and answers. I do want to follow up on the accountability piece. I understand, and our public expect to see more transparency and accountability on how our EPAs provide the services and on the budgets and our council provide it. So my question, I also understand our EPAs already have the performance metrics and evaluation framework, and that in line with the strategic plan and business plan as well. So if this formula approved, because this is a replacement, is a new one, do you have the plan to update that evaluation framework in terms of performance metrics, measures? And I just want to get a sense from that.
Yeah, so I had joined the commission when 7 minutes was sort of the thing. It's all we talked about, and I really wasn't sure why it was so important. And we've come a long way from there. I think the commission and the service continues to evolve. I think we want to get closer to what is expected of the community, and figuring out what our community wants of our service has been a priority. I think we've moved significantly in that direction. To the many points brought up about police visibility, that's been what we've been trying to do, is increase that visibility. The facts are that there are more police on the streets now than there were 2 years ago. So there have been significant changes. I think the public wants more, and we want to figure out how to get them what they're wanting from our service.
So what I heard here, and then there will be plan to update our evaluation framework to really reflect the new funding formula, and in terms of addressing transparency and accountability and visibility, or tons of public really expect to see that. So
Yeah.
that is what I heard.
It's a strong yes that we are taking steps, but we are not at our destination yet. So we will continue to evolve and continue to improve both our metrics and our evaluations.
Okay. So wonderful, I heard it's strong, yes. So my next question is regarding the ability of the police commission with the funding formula and without funding formula. What's the difference for you ability to provide that for accountability in line with the responsibility of EPS based on our Police Act and MGA as well?
So the funding formula doesn't make Edmonton a safer city directly, which makes a lot of sense. What it does do is allow the commission and the service to be more strategic in our thinking, and less reactive to some of those pressures that come from the community for immediate needs. And so to the point that Matt was making about those smarter investments, we're able to think about those things and make longer term investments that have a lag payoff, that do keep youth out of the criminal justice system who otherwise would likely end up there. And so I think the funding formula changes the mentality of the commission and the service to be more strategic and less reactive.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Padbury, I have a question for you. We're here today because of council direction to create a new funding formula, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the original funding formula was the base budget plus the population growth plus the police price index. Is the police price index the same as inflation?
No.
No.
And I'll maybe ask Mr. Pedegard to explain what the difference in those numbers are.
Okay, thank you.
They are different inflation factors. The old PPI included wages and benefits, which was a significant portion of the weighted basket. The new non-personnel inflation calculator does not have any personnel factors in it.
The new one,
That's correct.
okay. And the old one did, but not inflation necessarily. Sorry, Ms. Padbury, I thought I heard you say the previous funding formula had plus inflation.
So the previous funding formula was built on a population plus inflation. I think we ultimately measured that by police price index, which is a basket of goods, which gave them inflation on wages, plus the other things that they are likely to consume. Now what we've done, so like it was growth, so that formula was growth plus inflation, measured as police price index determined on the basket of goods, which included wages. Now we have a new funding formula, growth on personnel, which is measured by population, inflation on non-personnel, which is measured by a different basket of goods that does not include personnel. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Can you move the fourth round, please?
Sure, I'll move the fourth round.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
I'm at my limit.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, I just had a question on attachment 6, which I believe is in private.
It's in private.
So would now be an appropriate time for,
Yeah, if there's a
Move into
desire to go
private?
into private, this would be the time to do it now.
great, so I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
So please vote to go in camera.
Subject to sections 24, 25.
Section 24, 25. Can you read that to records?
Oh, yes, subject to 24 and 25.
Okay.
And Stevenson, Councillor Tang.
Yeah. Please vote.
It's just coming. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried, okay. All right. Okay, are we ready?
We're good to go, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, so any more questions, colleagues? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. And now to speak to the motion. To speak to the motion, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting to be first. I'm never that quick. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this funding formula is the approach that we are told by the Commission and by EPS is the approach that will allow them to deliver on safety in the LRT and on transit in downtown, Chinatown, in our communities, that residents will see an increase in presence and an increase in safety. All of that for an increase of 0.68%, or not, 0.68, not even percent. Percent. Sorry, I'm getting my math wrong. We've been talking math all day. 0.68% to the current budget. So if that's the case, that's quite a deal. But having said that, I will have to address some of the issues that we're going to see in the public. On one hand, a lot of folks are going to be very pleased. But what we have to understand is that use of force and policing is really a last resort action. And it costs more than all of the other approaches that we could take as far as minimizing issues. And so the natural question people will ask is, well, then why aren't you minimizing those issues? Why aren't you getting to root causes? The very quick answer is because we can't as a municipality. We do not have the power, the authority legally, or the budget that is 100% out of our hands. There are small things that we can do, and we do those things, and we'll continue to do them. But as far as mental health, addictions, social safety nets that help people from falling into poverty, the conditions that socially that can be set up that keep people from falling into criminal activity, domestic abuse, which is a ton of the calls, and so on and so forth, and ensuring child welfare. Those things are out of our hand. Those are mainly provincial and secondarily federal. And so funding the police, it has to be understood that funding them ever more every year is a game of trying to play catch up to what are essentially other systemic failures. And EPS and the constables I know work very, very hard and do their utmost to work very compassionately. And we see that reflected in the work of the commission and what they're doing, and in the work of EPS and how their organization is transforming. And it must be said, transforming too slow for a lot of people's comfort, but the work is being done. Again, I said this earlier today, we are tough on the issues, we're tough on the dollars, because that is what the public expects. And that can be confused for being tough on individuals on the front line. That is just not the case at all. The last thing I want to mention is that it's not lost on me that a lot of policing has to do with Indigenous people, with Black people, and with immigrants. But the Indigenous factor outweighs them all. And the bias that could be held is that, oh, well, there you go. It'll look at those types of people and how they have to be policed. But we really have to start looking at this also through a lens of reconciliation and why we have the circumstances and situations we do. Now, again, as I said, we're told that with a funding formula, EPS can deliver on all the things that people expect. And so there will be absolutely zero reason in the public's mind to point to any other organization, and this is the risk that EPS takes, to point to any other organization for what's going on in our streets as far as the city level is concerned. And so there is that risk, and that's something to take into account as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. You know, I know EPS wants predictability and certainty, but we live in an unpredictable world, and I think we've seen that quite evident in the past few years. But the police service is a part of our overall safety plan. I think we're looking at our community safety and well-being as well. And I don't think how we fund the police is going to really solve the problem of the disorder and the crime that we're seeing in our downtown and in other areas of the city. I think, but it's what we can do as a municipality under the purview of our responsibility to make sure that we are adequately funding that service. I think the rest, as Councillor Paquette has mentioned, you know, we need to partner with other levels of government, our federal and provincial partners for housing, for to address our drug poisoning, addictions, and our mental health issues. So while I don't think it's the perfect formula, I think it's the best, and I appreciate administration for the work that they've done in developing it. So I will be supporting it. I also want to make clear that I will probably not be entertaining any service packages that might come forward. So I just do want to make that clear as well. You know, we're all facing affordability crisis, inflationary pressures and that. We've got, you know, seniors on fixed incomes and others that are on incomes that are paying these property taxes to make this budget work. And I don't think that we can put any more strain on their financial resources either. So thank you again for your administration's work, for commission's work and working with service. And I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Great, thank you. So I think I want to start by obviously thanking administration and the commission and EPS for their work on this. And I do want to start with the spaces that we agree on the decision before us today. I agree absolutely with the principles of the funding formula and creating certainty and consistency. We debated service packages versus funding formula, and so I'm not willing to redebate this decision. I support that decision. I also agree in that context is important, and I agree that we need service that is strategic. However, there are several things with this particular funding formula that I'm grappling with. I'm grappling with the negative feedback loop we're perpetuating in these discussions and the decision before us today. How do we justify these increases? The situation's getting worse. Where is the accountability for improvements? Do police prevent harm and keep people safe? I can think of several high-profile incidences in the ward that I represent that have not been mitigated by more police funding. The numbers demonstrate that money for police isn't making people safer. I'm also concerned about the 30% cap. It assumes that we want to keep the ratio as what it has historically been. Status quo is not an impetus for reform, and we have on many occasions agreed that policing needs to change, including the Commission and EPS. For me to support the cap, it would have to be incrementally going down. I also think there's a fundamental flaw in basing this on expenditures rather than tax funding. I'm also concerned about the harm that is going to be caused if we go through the process of OP12 and then try to revisit this, because from the last discussions we had on funding formula, that can erode trust and cause more harm. I'm concerned about the ability to still bring back service packages and the operating impacts of capital. While I understand that administration looked at this constraint, I would need this constraint to support. I am very concerned that once the cap is hit, this will become a mechanism by which further increases in funding can still happen. I'm concerned about the lack of inclusion of settlements in this funding formula, and the inclusion in the base, including the settlements of positions that are provincially funded. So that's very concerning. Risk and benefit of who bears the responsibility for collective bargaining, yes, council can set a mandate, but we have no control if it goes to arbitration. We have no control over the number of police officers or officers at EPS, or the number of people that are in CSU 52. You know, and the report that we just had at 7.5 stated that collective agreements is a major driver for incremental cost increases. With 82% of expenditures on personnel for EPS, even small percentages are significant, and everybody in this room knows that. I'm concerned about using some of the civic expenditures in the funding factor as well, such as transit or some of our other city services that, to me, just really need to be looked at harder. And lastly, we're dealing with an affordability crisis. And I've heard from so many folks about the struggles they're having to cover their daily needs and expenses. I worry about what has and will be added to the tax levy if this is approved. I think in addition to the cap, limiting the tax levy amount to a certain percentage that guarantees Edmontonians an exact amount of what they will pay for policing is another constraint layer that I could have gotten behind. So for these reasons, I hope my council colleagues consider some of the things that are weighing heavily on me and understand why I will be a no vote today. And I hope you do consider that in your decision-making factors today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Anyone else to speak? Oh. Councillor, please sign on if you want to speak, otherwise I'm going to go. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I really appreciated all the discussion today, and I really appreciate the formula. I think it's very well thought out. I think it has very good checks and balances in place, and I think it's very reasonable. I think that looking to ensure that we grow resources with our population and with inflation is a fundamental principle that makes a ton of sense. Where I struggle is our starting point. And despite, you know, a very rigorous discussion today and some really excellent perspectives and information being shared, I'm still not sure that I'm fully comfortable with using expenditures as a starting point. So that is something that I will continue reflecting on in the remaining minutes of our debate and discussion. I think what I'd also like to touch on, I think it was very well put earlier that while I fundamentally agree in the importance of investing in preventative measures, of more complete investment in community safety and well-being, we don't have all those tools that we need at the city level. And so we can put many more of our resources into those challenges, but we won't necessarily be solving the problem. That said, I don't think that means that we should not continue to be active in that space and continue to make those investments that we can to support our vision of a more balanced approach to community safety and well-being, which can help alleviate pressure on EPS in the long run. So, you know, an approach that I think is really critical as moving forward, and that I will be recognizing time constraints, likely be putting forward as a notice of motion, is just looking for us to also apply the same logic to the investments that we do make in community safety and well-being and all the other pillars and all the other areas that we know are really important. Again, the logic makes sense, and I think we just need to apply that more holistically to really achieve, again, our community safety and well-being framework is 7 pillars. What we're talking about today is 1 pillar alone, and I think if we want to stay true to the intent of that policy, we need to ensure that our funding mechanism for all of the pillars is comparable and follows that same logic. So I will continue reflecting. I look forward to my colleagues' further comments, and again, just appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I think it's really exciting that you know, there has been such positive collaboration between all the parties, and really appreciate the work that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cardmell.
Yep, thank you. I too want to thank everybody involved today in producing the reports, producing all of the data, and you know, both the thoughtful creation of this funding formula and also the effort that went into vetting it effectively. You know, with the report that we got today, and we'll see the full report in a day or two. But you know, every effort has been made to try to make what is a particularly imperfect process as perfect as it can be. So we've talked about the advantages that a funding formula has, you know, providing predictability, providing stability in the budgets, not just for the police service, but also for City Council. We've, reflecting on the past, when we've had formulas in place, we've seen generally better results in terms of outcomes, and generally less rhetorical conversation in this chamber, more working and less chatting about it. And I think there's real value in that. We can talk about whether, you know, effectively the formula talks about adjusting how much tax dollars go, how many tax dollars go to support the police service. It's really only the 30% factor that is applied at the expenditure level. And you know, to me, that's a bit of a potato thing. You know, we've got you know, the balancing act of understanding that increased population and inflation pressures create funding and finance pressures on any of the services that we provide, but that 30% ratio makes sure that any increase that's going to the police funding is comparable and proportional to the increases that are going to the rest of the civic services. So I think there's real value in all that. There's a long way to go to talk about outcomes. There's a long way to go to talk about, you know, frankly, getting our city back to the way it was, say, 10 years ago, and all of the things that we're going to need to do with that, all of the partnerships we're going to have to create with other levels of government, all that suite of solutions that are going to have to be created, funded, supported, and put in place in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration that I know we all feel is found somewhat wanting today. So I'm encouraged by that. I think that there's real value in that. And I want to say too that this is not unprecedented. You know, not just with the police funding, but you know, just using one example, there was a time when at this council, when we talked about renewing our neighborhoods, there was a real bun fight about which neighborhood was going to get it. It was, you know, which pair of councillors could speak the loudest to get the next neighborhood renewed or revisited or upgraded. Those were rhetorical conversations. They were combative conversations. They consumed a lot of time in this chamber. And ultimately, council arrived at a formula. You know, and I think that was just such intelligent thinking. We've talked a little bit about that when it comes to capital maintenance and renewal, but we put a process in place by which we created an envelope of funding that now ensures all neighborhoods get their reinvestment. We effectively put a formula in place to remove the rhetorical conversation and get to a place of governance which was data-driven, which was measured, which was collaborative, which was deliberate and and proceeded, and has proceeded since then with a relative minimum of combative conversation over neighborhood by neighborhood. So I use that as one example where it's not the fit for everything, but where funding formulas and algorithmic approaches to allocating dollars can have a real benefit of removing that part of the conversation from the conversation and allowing us to focus on the things that we really need to debate and talk about and have those hard conversations about. So I really do support this approach in this instance, and I encourage my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I think it's been a really thoughtful discussion today. I want to thank everybody for contributing to that. It's been, and councillors who were here last term will know, it's been a difficult 2-year conversation around what funding for public safety looked like in our city, and how do you come to that conversation being mindful of your legislated obligations as well as your obligations reflecting what you've heard from community. I think that's tough, and I don't know that anybody would really come to an easy answer on that. And I think this council and the previous council listened and have struggled with coming to some, I'm going to say, a good answer. And what I'm hearing from a lot of people is they're not sure if this is the best answer or if this is the perfect solution. And I want to jump off something that Councillor Paquette said, which is that EPS and EPC want this to happen. And maybe where I'm going to go from there is that I think, and Councillor Knack may remember, 9 years ago, it was, the roles were reversed. Council really wanted a funding formula to happen. EPS and EPC weren't so sure about it. I think EPC was more on board than EPS. But the reasoning was that when you have those service packages come forward and when emotions are high, the House always won. And that's why we saw huge jumps in police funding year over year. In fact, it starts to level off after 2015 because now there's a lid on it, right? You can't come back. There was a little bit of coming back and saying, well, what about cannabis? What about population growth? But we started to bend that cost curve. So it wasn't that the House always won anymore. In fact, and the point I was trying to make in some of my questions was that then the commission and council got to say things like, well, what are we doing with 7-minute response times? Is this the best metric of public safety? And I think we heard from some of the members at EPS, it's not always the best metric. It's not by a long shot. And we heard that from the public as well. It doesn't matter if you're getting 7-minute response times to priority 1 calls if you're not getting a response time to a priority 2 at all, which is sort of the difference between for those listening, a life safety and a sort of a break and enter, a sort of property issue in progress. So it also meant that the commission at that time could turn its attention to the things that really matter for, not that these other things don't matter, but things that matter for building a sustainable police service. They were able to look at, well, what does a diverse workforce look like, and how do we get those people to stay? How do we stop as the main intake of the justice system? How do we divert people from our front lines into other things? And you saw the evolution of other services. I hear the concerns about accountability, and I think when we're talking about service to money, it's always going to sort of create the false narrative that more money equals better service. I think given that this is an imperfect process and an imperfect product, nonetheless gives us as council the ability to say, all right, EPS, all right, EPC, you told us what you need to sustain yourself for 3 years. You've done the analysis, you're looking at population, you're going out and recruiting based on that, you're staffing based on that, you know how much money you're going to have. And when that works out or doesn't work out, when they come back and say it's not enough, or if they come back and say it's not enough, council says, well, but you did the analysis. Tell me where your analysis didn't prove out. And that is the tough conversation I feel that this council's been trying to have. Where we've gotten hung up on is that every time we say that, they say, respectfully, well, had a planned increase and it stopped, so we had to change a bunch of things, right? Now they get their planned increases. It is not based on those service packages that we used to see, and they then have to deliver on that promise of public safety. And I think we'll get richer conversations out of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Again, appreciate all the work from administration and the commission and the service to get us to this place and to create a formula that aligns with some important principles that led us to this point. You know, coming to this conversation today, I didn't necessarily come in with the goal of seeing an increase, a decrease, or a freeze, or a specific number on what that police budget is. There's still a lot of outstanding questions and conversations that need to be factored in. That didn't necessarily, get into the details today. But instead, I wanted to focus on principle-based decision-making, and specifically the principles of certainty, stability, and predictability. And I see that in what is being presented. The administrations did what was asked of them. They took the formula apart. They looked at a variety of methods, and they provided a lot of options and scenarios. And, indeed, I have been hearing, as do I'm sure many of my colleagues from the community, from residents, about, we don't necessarily want a formula that gives perpetual increase, but when we look at where increases are coming from with this formula, if you really break that down and why, from population growth and from inflation, I think it is fair to approve the funding formula being put forward. And I think the reality is that our city is growing, and at the end of the day, that means more resources are needed if we want to see the same service levels at a bare minimum. So I don't think that today this formula discussion is really meant to land on this magical number that will make everyone happy. I think it's about what is the best method for determining the number as our city continues to grow. And I think there's a big nuance here. And I also want to say, I heard today from the commission is that certainty and stability is needed with their funding. Back to this principle. It gives them ability to be innovative solutions to the public safety issues, to be strategic, to be preventative. It allows them to do proper planning so that there can be less service packages which will come until you've exhausted all other options. And I think we do give other departments in the city certainty, and I think we can do a better job at that. Absolutely. And I think certainty is something we should be giving to the police service as well. And so the outcome of this formula very well might result in a tax increase, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm not sure if anybody would be. But I want to focus on what today's discussion is really about. And it's been said many times, police funding is complex and multifaceted. We're talking about how much, how funding is spent, and what do we get for the funding we provide. And these are different things that require different mechanisms to address them. And in terms of how funding is spent, the mechanism lies in governance through the commission that the council appoints. In terms of what do we get for the funding, the results, the outcomes, that's addressed through the commission's annual presentation of the EPS report to City Council, among other ways. And this is a motion I made last year and initiated a process that has not been done before. And accountability is absolutely important, and this is something we'll continue to push for so that Edmontonians have an understanding of how their tax dollars are being spent. And the formula we're discussing today addresses the how much, not so much a specific number, but the factors that need to go into the consideration to arrive at that number. I think today we heard a lot about equations and variables and factors, and there's still outstanding concerns. For example, the ratio, how will settlements affect this, and expenditure versus tax-supported portion, which I think could have some pretty serious unintended consequence. And I think I have those similar questions too, and I don't think we'll really see how that will play out until it goes into effect. And I will say there's a lot of exhaustive options being explored, and sure, we can always find more, and I think we can, do either subsequence or notice of motion, but I'm not sure it will yield much more than what we got today. We agreed on the formula last year. Like one of my colleagues said, we don't necessarily want to revisit that debate again, and I do think if you tally up all the service package, the growth there is simply not sustainable if we only relied on a service package approach. And I guess finally, my point, I just want to stress, having this formula means we're not shirking. It does not mean that we're shirking from our accountability, because accountability happens through multiple mechanisms, like the annual reporting, like the governance structures, through the appropriate structure like commission. And all I want to do is see this formula be given the chance to play out and how it's supposed to work. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador? Yep.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I'll echo my colleagues' thanks to everyone who's been working hard on this for the last few years. I realize it's a massive undertaking, and of course, as we heard through the discussion today, one that is riddled with complexity. At the end of the day, of course, we all want an efficient, effective, and adequately resourced police service. Police are absolutely an important part of our social safety ecosystem and a key component of our approach to community safety and well-being, alongside other preventative and proactive approaches. For me, in order for something to be efficient and effective, we need to have the right tools, mechanisms, and methods in place to achieve that. And while I'm not opposed to a formula in principle, I do remain concerned about a number of components included in the formula as it's currently proposed, several of which were highlighted today. As was shared earlier, we're effectively approving a cap at a high watermark of police funding. And instituting a cap at this level is essentially a consolidation of gains, and I'm uncomfortable with the quality and quantity of evidence to justify why this cap is the correct amount. And I can appreciate a desire for certainty, stability, and predictability, absolutely, but we also need certainty, stability, and predictability surrounding the outcomes that Edmontonians can expect to see for the investment that we're making. I'm also uncomfortable supporting a formula that would see funding allocated through a mechanism without knowing whether Edmontonians are going to see an adequate return on investment and tangible improvements to community safety and well-being in their neighborhoods in the ways that they have been asking for. As was shared by colleagues, I remain concerned about salary settlements existing wholly outside of the formula, and also remain concerned that the formula does not seem to adequately account for increased demand for policing related to the funding of new civic infrastructure. It concerns me that we heard some conflicting responses around what the formula does or does not cover related to the operating costs of city capital projects. And while we heard that there are no service packages on the immediate horizon, I'm not confident that we will not see requests in this realm, even if the formula is approved. And similarly, I'm not convinced that when the cap is reached, we won't see requests for amendments to that cap. And I guess finally, I also share concerns around using expenditures as a starting point instead of tax-supported funding. So for those reasons, I'm unable to support the formula as presented today, but really appreciate the robust conversation that we were able to have and the dialogue around this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please? Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
I do have the chair, sorry.
Okay,
I thought I was already on camera.
No worries. No, thank you so much. I would like to start with a sincere thanks to my council colleagues, our city administration, the representative from EPC as well as EPS that have contributed to today's important conversation. This council takes public safety very seriously. Throughout this council term, we have shown this commitment through our actions. When we were elected tax levy support for EPS was $384 million plus $22.5 million from traffic enforcement. Today, that funding stands at $450 million, excluding salary settlements. During this time, we made significant decisions to stabilize police funding by reducing their reliance on unpredictable traffic enforcement revenue by replacing it with property taxes. We also funded the Healthy Streets Operations Center. We did this while increasing our investments in crisis diversion, shelter capacity, even though it is not our responsibility. We invested in more affordable housing. We are dealing with problem properties and are investing in more peace officers. I would also like to take a moment to thank the members of the community that I have engaged with, residents, business owners, who have spoken to me about their personal thoughts and experiences with policing and public safety in Edmonton over the last number of months. I want you to know that I hear you. As the situation in our city evolves, it is important that we continue to be open with each other about the impact of council's decisions that have on the lives of Edmontonians. I acknowledge that despite these investments, Edmontonians continue to feel unsafe. Edmontonians are deeply concerned about the rising rate of violent crime, and many do not feel safe in public spaces. And that is not okay. They're concerned about that there are more guns and poisonous drugs on our streets. They're worried about gang violence. They're worried about the impact on their families, their businesses, and the fellow community members. As the administration's report confirmed, Edmonton has unique circumstances impacting policing and crime. Edmonton has a large shadow population. We act as a health and social services hub for the Edmonton region, Northern Alberta, and the territories, and has a high concentration of federal and provincial correctional facilities. I know that the underlying reasons for crime are very complex and require multiple coordinated responses that focus on prevention and early intervention. While we continue to grapple with the underlying reasons and collectively work towards solutions, police need more resources to control the situation now. While council cannot direct EPS or have a decision on influence how the funding are allocated, I would expect, as would Edmontonians, that this increase in funding has an immediate impact that is seen and felt by Edmontonians. They expect to see more boots on the ground. When I talk about boots on the ground, I'm not just talking about police officers. I'm also talking about, other support systems that need to be in place to make sure that safety is improved. I look forward to hearing about these outcomes in EPC's annual report to the council. At this point, the bottom line for me is that our city and as our region grows, we will continue to face challenges that make it necessary to provide stable level of police services. Edmontonians need to have confidence that both City Council and Edmonton's police service are aligned in the commitment to make our communities safe. To conclude, I want frontline police officers to know that they have my support. I deeply appreciate the incredibly difficult job they have each and every day, and to keep Edmontonians safe. I hope that Council will support this motion today to offer that predictability and stability in the resourcing for police services in Edmonton, and look forward to continued conversation about the evolution of policing in Edmonton, as I've heard today that Edmonton Police Commission, EPS Administration Council agree that we cannot respond to the complex factors driving crime in our city so purely with enforcement approach. We need other solutions as well. Thank you so much. And with that, I will take the chair back. And
I return the chair. Well said, even though it was a little over time.
Thank you. And I will go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I think this formula is better than what we had. But I think it's really still well off where it needs to be. with that said, I'm going to ultimately support it. I put the motion on the floor, and I want to explain a little bit about why. Where I think we should have been, and not to dwell too much on the past, but I still think we should have been having a conversation about a community safety and well-being funding formula. Council had a conversation about either creating a revised funding formula or a different approach back in June of last year. I was on the losing end of that vote, and so now my role, is to make the best of what's before us now. And so I'll come back to that point a little bit at the end here, because I still think that's where we need to go, and I think that's where, and I believe Councillor Stevenson is going to be providing notice of motion that hopefully moves us in that right direction. But I'm stuck looking at a formula that is exclusively for police versus a formula that includes police but does not only fund police. So why I'm looking at this as something I can get behind right now is that this, as some have mentioned, I think does provide some better checks and balances than before. It's going to result in less of a scenario where increases just run rampant without any type of accountability, which I still worry about, but this is a better version of what we had compared to the formula that I was a part of creating back in 2019. I still like the notion of a formula, but I acknowledge that first one was a good idea in concept, but didn't hit the mark, and I think we're still in that point, but this is better than what we had. The concerns I have are similar to what others have flagged. I think that 30% ratio being based off essentially what the 2022 expenditures are is not a reasonable threshold to use. I think we need to go back as part of OP12 and look at the last 20 years, get a sense, average out what that ratio was, and maybe look to using that going forward versus just saying, hey, well, that was, we don't want to create a scenario where there has to be any type of tough look at how we're spending our money. So I think we need to, like we scrutinize every other single department, I think we should expect that same level of scrutiny on the single largest budget item. And so that 30% needs to be carefully considered going forward. And I'm just flagging that for the OP12 conversation. One I didn't talk much about, and there have been some such conversation here, is the population growth. I think while right now we still see more growth outside the Henday than inside the Henday, as a city, we are doing more to grow within our existing boundaries and in our mature neighborhoods. And like with all of our other services, there is sometimes value in seeing a large number of people move into an existing area, because it means you're not building a new facility and staffing that whole new facility. You might add 1 or 2 people in an existing library or an existing rec center to help address population growth. And so I think over time, we need to not solely look at population growth as a metric to be used to increasing funding, because if more of that population growth is happening inside our city, inside our inner ring road, we probably don't need to increase it at the same scale. So coming back to that point around Councillor Stevenson's notice of motion, just to be very, very clear one more time, what I would like to see going forward is that I would be okay with this formula as currently designed if it included every pillar. So if that included funding to spots like our library services, to other community support programs that we do, as well as EPS, and we took that proposed X million dollars over the next year and divvied that up amongst all of those organizations, I feel very, very different about where we're at today, because I think, as others have touched on, if increasing the police budget was going to guarantee a decrease in crime, well, we would have a decrease in crime every single year for the last at least 2, probably 3 or 4 decades. And that's not the case. So we need to expand on what we have. There's the provincial side, and they have a lot of the proactive levers that they can fund, but there are some proactive levers that we can fund within the city of Edmonton. And I'd like to see more of those adequately funded using this type of program that all of the groups come together on. So I'll support this because I think it's the best, or well, it's definitely not the best of what we could be doing. It's an okay version of what we used to have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, so please vote.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now subsequent, Councillor Stevenson, you have a subsequent?
I recommend doing it as a notice of motion.
Notice of motion, okay, got it. So that concludes this item. And we have half an hour. We have in-camera meeting that we need to deal with, 9.2, right?
Yeah, and if it's possible, could we extend orders to also deal with 9.6? Administration can leave, but I'm happy to stay, and our third party is available virtually.
Okay.
Until 5:30, and we could probably deal with the first part. The second part, well, yeah. If we could deal with that, that'd be great. If we could extend
Okay, so
orders.
deal with the 9.2 and
9.3.
9.6, 9.6,
I'm
9.6.
Sorry, can we extend orders to deal with 9.2 and 9.6, please?
Okay, can someone move that we,
That we extend orders
So
to
moved.
deal with 9.2 and 9.6.
a second? Okay, Stevenson moved, Councillor Rutherford second, please vote.
Nine two and 9.6. It's okay, we'll fix it. We're just waiting for one vote.
Michael.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Can someone move that we go in camera?
I will.
So moved.
Councillor Rice, second by Councillor
Second.
Principe, please vote.
We'll fix it. We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are in camera.
There's that side. If we call security, it'll take 5 minutes. If you don't mind, Kristen, thank you. Are we back online? We're back online, Mayor.
Back online. Okay, 9.2. Can someone move the motion in 9.2, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Rice and Councillor Principe, seconded. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we have 9.6. Can someone move the motion, please?
Yes, I can move that the actions as set on attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 001983, be approved.
Yep. As per discussed, yeah.
Sorry, that the actions as discussed, as set out in attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01983, be approved, and that the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report remain private pursuant to 1724 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Okay, need a
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That was carried. Okay. And notes of motions.
I have a, oh, no. Is that before or after the? No, I'll do this one, but I thought it was motions without customary notices, which is next. Okay. I do have a notice without customary notice.
Without customary notice?
Or permission to do one.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I didn't see the chat.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, so I move that council waive the rules on providing notice of motion as set out in section 32 of bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to allow Councillor Hamilton to adjust the orders of the day for the September 12th, 13th, 2023 city council meeting.
Okay. Need a seconder for that?
Second.
Councillor Principe, so please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the orders of the day for September 12th and 13th, 2023 City Council meeting be changed as follows. Tuesday, September 12th, call to order at 9:30, lunch noon to 1:30, recess 3:30 to 3:45, dinner 6 to 7, and recess at 9 p.m.
Sorry, 6 to 7 or 5 to 6?
No, it says 6 to 7 here on both days.
I think it should be 5 to 6 because we have pickup
Okay.
for our councillor. My
All right,
apologies.
amended. Dinner
Sorry.
5 to 6.
Dinner 5 to 6.
Recess at 9 p.m. And Wednesday, identical schedule, 9:30 to 9 p.m. Of course, we don't have to use all that time. That's my introductory remark. Or we can go later, but
Is Pazzo open?
I will consult.
We used to go there so often during public hearing.
All right. So is there a seconder?
Second. Good.
Who seconded that?
Okay.
Councillor, thank you.
It was seconded, who seconded that,
Councillor
sorry?
Stevenson.
Councillor Stevenson seconded that? Okay. All right, so please vote.
Yes.
Was that you, Councillor Salvador?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much.
Also yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Another notice of motion is Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. At the September 12th City Council meeting, I plan to make the following motion. That administration return with A, an analysis of current spending in each of the 7 community safety and well-being pillars. B, a recommended approach to ensuring investment in these areas keep pace with population growth. C, a recommended approach to an integrated funding formula for all 7 pillars. And D, a recommended outcomes framework for all 7 pillars.
Second.
Donnie.
Not seconding.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. At the September 12th City Council meeting, I will also be moving that administration bring forward an unfunded service package outlining the resources needed to fund a peace officer traffic enforcement unit for consideration during the 2023 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberations, due date fall SOBA. That is all.
All right, any other NERSA motions? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
And just a reminder, all the items you didn't finish automatically transfer over to September 12th. We don't need a motion.
So, okay,
Top of the agenda, right?
yeah, unfinished business.